We are live.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you tonight.
No, I am muted. Muted.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome tonight to the council meeting, June 23rd, 2026. Am I here or am I back there? I'm everywhere.
Mayor, we are testing. Just give us a 1 second. Is anyone in the room is on Zoom? Testing. Testing. I think we are good now.
Roll call.
Councilmember Catancio? Here. Vice Mayor Jorgens?
Present.
Councilmember Grindal?
Here.
Mayor Hannon?
Here. Councilmember Little is on vacation and will not be attending tonight's meeting. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's always so great in our community when we can introduce new employees. And there's no greater responsibility, as you've heard me say in the past, than we, government, to provide a community that is safe for all of our residents and for our residents to feel safe in our community. And the way we do that is we hire outstanding people to become police officers in our community. So the first person I'd like to introduce is Miranda Heckman. Ms. Heckman, would you come forward, please? Miranda Heckman was hired as a police officer with the Newark Police Department on April 29th, 2026, following her graduation from the Alameda County Sheriff's Office Regional Training Academy. Officer Heckman began her career with Newark Police Department on July 6, 2023, as a part-time vehicle abatement officer. Her dedication to the community quickly earned her a Blue Award for Outstanding Community Service. In February 2024, she transitioned into a department's full-time vehicle abatement officer position. Before pursuing a career in law enforcement officer, Heckman attended the University of Texas at Austin and North Carolina State University, where she competed as a Division I swimmer. She also represented Team USA in international competition, participating in swimming World Cup events and competing in the 2016 and 2021 U.S. Olympic team trials. She is currently completing her bachelor's degree in interpersonal communications. Officer Heckman is proud to be following her father's footsteps by serving as a police officer, continuing a family tradition of public service and dedication to the community. Her father serves currently in the city of Newark as well. A Livermore native, Officer Heckman continues to reside there with her girlfriend, Brooklyn, and their 2 dogs. In her free time, she enjoys visiting national parks, hiking, drawing, and refurbishing thrifted furniture. I just want to say off the record, I had the opportunity to meet Officer Heckman when she was a part-time vehicle abatement officer, and I clearly saw in her a real capacity to want to serve the community of Newark. She went out of her way to make sure that issues that were brought to her attention as a vehicle abatement officer were addressed in a timely manner. I have nothing but high regard for the Heckman family, and I have high hopes for Miranda Heckman as she begins her career as a Newark police officer. Let's welcome her. Congratulations. Let me also welcome Police Officer Maria Gonzalez Alvarez. And of course, she's here with her proud husband and her proud son. How old is your son?
3.
3 years old, and his name is?
Andre.
Andre. I asked Andre, are you proud of your mom becoming a police officer? He said yes, almost immediately. Now, when he gets to be about 12 or 13, that perspective may change a little bit. Maria Gonzalez Alvarez was hired as a police officer with the Newark Police Department on April 29th, 2026, following her graduation from the Alameda County Sheriff's Office Regional Training Academy. Officer Gonzalez Alvarez grew up in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Boy, that's a conversation. Team's doing well. Team's doing well. I'm a Newcastle fan, by the way, and one of my Newcastle players is a star player for Brazil. So I root for them. After graduating from high school, she earned a Bachelor of Law degree and later completed an undergraduate specialization in tax law and taxation. Prior to moving to the United States, Officer Gonzalez Alvarez worked in the legal field in Brazil for approximately 8 years. During that time, she spent 2 years as a trainee with the Public Defender's Office, worked directly under a public defender. After becoming a licensed attorney, see, we don't just hire folks just off the street. We hire folks that are Olympic swimmers at some point. We hire folks that are attorneys that then realize there's really a more noble way of making a living. Isn't that true, Mr. City Manager? After becoming a licensed attorney and member of the Brazilian Bar Association, she practiced law for 6 years, civil law. After relocating to the United States in 2018, Officer Gonzalez Alvarez worked as a professional dog groomer and successfully operated her own grooming business. While pursuing a career in law enforcement, she became a United States citizen. Congratulations. Officer Gonzalez Alvarez is trilingual and speaks Portuguese, English, and Spanish, allowing her to connect with and serve a diverse community, and that's going to come in very helpful here in our community. In her free time, Officer Gonzalez Alvarez enjoys CrossFit, traveling, and other outdoor activities. She especially values spending time with her husband and her son. Her favorite hobby is cooking for family and friends, and she enjoys bringing people together through food and shared experiences. Officer Gonzalez Alvarez, welcome to the city of Newark. City Manager, these new officers that come on board, they know that the mayor drives a white Tesla? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to introduce Ms. Liz Ames, who will give a presentation regarding BART. Liz represents District 6, which includes the city of Newark. Ms. Ames, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Liz Ames. I'd like to start with Bradley Dunn. He's our manager of local government and community relations. I always say public affairs. I always get this wrong. But go ahead, Bradley. We're going to split this up 50-50.
So thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Bradley Dunn, and we're here to talk to you about a defining year for BART, and we think the whole Bay Area. But we're going to start by talking about what we're doing to bring a new BART, a safer and cleaner BART. Our fare gates have been installed in all 50 stations across the Bay Area, and they've been an absolute game changer for us. They've reduced fare evasion, helping to deter unwanted behavior. We've seen hours spent on maintenance within the paid area plummet, and early indications show revenue growing by about $10 million a year annually through fare evasion reduction. We've also paired that infrastructure investment with a focus on police presence with our police officers and our crisis intervention specialists. Together, these have led to an overall crime rate decline of 41% in 2025. That boosted visibility and the new gates are changing the station environment. You can feel the difference when you're on our trains or in our stations. We're also focusing on something that our riders have told us is very important to them, cleanliness. We have doubled the rate of deep cleaning. We're running our all-new Fleet of the Future trains, and we're really proud that our customers have given us the highest customer satisfaction ratings in decades. We also are making changes to our station environment to make it more friendly to our riders. We have a tap and ride system that was brought online last December, which is great. You can use a contactless bank card like a debit card or a credit card to pay your fare. You don't have to buy a Clipper card. It's great for occasional riders or family or friends that are coming from the airport. You just tap that credit card and go. We've installed LED lights, and which are not only great for the environment, but light up our stations and increase the sense of safety and security and deter unwanted behavior, making our stations much more welcoming. We're also working very hard to replace our oldest and most used escalators throughout the system because we know that it's a lot more pleasant when you don't have to climb upstairs to access BART. We're also really embracing our role in the community and our connection to the community. So we have been doing arts and culture activations and events. We just had our BART prom a couple of weeks ago, which we called Under the Sea Line. It was an 80s themed prom that brought 1,200 people to the Rockridge station, and it was a great family event. We've got our anime festival coming up this fall at Warm Springs Station, along with a bunch of other amazing events like our Sweater Fest, our Makers Markets, our Trick or Treat trains, all to really help kind of galvanize that community support for BART and really bring, have people say, I'm going to bring a friend to this kind of event, see that BART is a really easy and accessible way to get around the Bay Area and decide, hey, maybe I'll take that to work, or maybe I'll take that to a night out at a local restaurant. We are also embracing forward-thinking fare products that help the cornucopia of our community access BART. So we have our Clipper Start, which is our new low-income discount program, which provides 50% discount for folks that make up to 200% of the federal poverty limit. And we also have plans like Bay Pass, which is a universal Bay Area transit pass that your employer can purchase for all of its employees, kind of like a gym membership or another kind of employee benefit that allows you to access all 27 Bay Area transit systems and has been one of the fastest growing categories of our ridership. We're also working with other operators to make our service much easier to use, whether that's working with MTC on our new wayfinding work, or what we've highlighted up in the slide deck, which is our All Aboard Big Sync, which is keeping all of the Bay Area transit agencies moving together. So previously, we would change our schedule, AC Transit would change their schedule, it wouldn't happen at the same time. So a lot of those connections would break, leaving people transferring from a bus and then missing a train. And so we've worked together so that they're all changing at the same time, eliminating some of those friction points that really cause people to have a tough time taking transit. So we think altogether these improvements are really making the rider experience much, much better than it was even a couple of years ago. And we're really proud that our riders seem to think so as well with those decades-high rider satisfaction numbers. We're also working to maintain our cost and our costs in this process. So prior to the pandemic, BART ran on our riders' fares, and it really funded our system. 71% of our pre-COVID costs were paid for with riders' fares, which was seen as the height of fiscal responsibility. We didn't rely very much on local taxes or state help. So today, when we, as the Bay Area, trail most major cities in return to office rates, and remote work has really changed how the Bay Area lives, works, travels, our total ridership is down a lot. But the number of human beings that we're serving is about the same, based on the number of unique Clipper cards that tap into our system every month. Those riders are just taking about 1.2 less trips per week. And so when we relied on those fare revenues to fund our system, that made us really uniquely vulnerable to this pandemic. So our operating budget is about $1.2 billion, and we have about a $370 million structural deficit, which tracks very closely to that fare revenue being down $300 to $400 million. Riders, there's a lot of different approaches that we need to take, and we're taking an all of the above kind of approach to this solution, whether that's ridership increases, fare growth, fare revenue growth, cost controls. But really, at the end of the day, those things are not enough on their own, and we need more revenue in order to keep the system running the way it is now. When people say you've got a really large deficit, often they ask, well, are you running efficiently? Can you tighten your belt? And so as we run, or as we're running our service and we seek new funding, we are really focusing on those cost controls. But the reality is that BART has one of the lowest costs per passenger mile of any pure transit agency. That's the cost to move one person 1 mile. And it's a really good metric to that compares similar systems or systems across, different areas. So as you see in the chart, BART, it costs $1.12 to move one person 1 mile. The systems that are most similar to us in that chart, MARTA in Atlanta is $1.18. And WMATA, the system that was built immediately after us, that is most similar to BART in terms of the engineering, that costs $2.52 to move one person 1 mile in Washington, D.C. So the reality is our operating costs are not only growing below inflation, it's also growing at the slowest rate of our peer agencies in this high inflation environment. All heavy rail has high fixed costs, which means that only about 40% of BART's costs change depending on our service level. Turning on the system for heavy rail is just very expensive. So, really there isn't a way to cut operating expenses without disproportionate service reductions. And we know that if there are really significant service reductions, that also puts our revenue at risk, that thing that we depend on for most of our funding. As people say, this system is no longer easy, convenient, safe, and reliable. So we really have to avoid those kinds of situations, which is why there's no real service-only way of closing our financial deficit. So I'm going to turn it over to Director Ames to talk about accountability and our current financial situation.
Thank you, Bradley. Yeah, so we've done a lot of great work so far, but there's more to be done. Our customer satisfaction rating was, I think in 2018, it was like 56%, and now it's over 90%. But with that, we have this accountability task because, we have to reduce our expenses. We do have a fiscal deficit. So we do have an Office of Inspector General, as you know. Well, you may not know, but we have an Inspector General that looks at our operations, our performance. They can do investigations. They can do performance performance evaluations. So then that way we can try to trigger, efficiency measures could be put in place, or we can also address waste, fraud, and abuse. That's through investigations. Also through SB 63, we were trying to show what have we done from 2019 to 2025. So what we did is we did about $500 million in savings. We did a retirement program. We tried to reduce our FTEs, our full-time equivalent, our full-time employees. But then we slowly, gradually added more employees because we're ramping up service. Now every 20 minutes you see a train. You see more people out there in the stations. The police officers are out there. So I think people feel a lot safer taking BART now, and it's cleaner. So I think we're seeing the results that people like to take transit. And then phase 2 of SB 63 will show there's recommendations on efficiency measures, and then we're going to implement those in more detail after the revenue measure. So the revenue measure here in 2026 is a 5-county sales tax. They're all 0.5% except for San Francisco. We've got 5 counties here: Alameda, Contra Costa, Santa Clara, San Mateo, San Francisco. San Francisco's got a 1%. BART is looking at $310 million with this tax measure if it passes. And there's other transit agencies that are in trouble as well, but they're getting additional funds beyond the 310. I think overall it's roughly $1 billion for the 5 counties. And so with that, with the $310 million that we're going to receive potentially, we have a $375 million deficit. So we still have to right-size the agency. We still need to do efficiency measures, and I'm pushing very hard for this. Trying to reduce the overall organizational size from 4,600 down. Maybe we have 300 vacancies. We're going to look at that, but it is a challenge to try to. You can't really cut your way out of this problem. By reducing staff. Maybe we could reduce our service levels. We do have a loan that was offered by the state. So the loan that we got from the state would cover the time period, after the tax measure. Then, the taxes might, if it passes, the money would be flowing in, but not enough to sustain this gap that we're facing for this fiscal year. So it was kind of filling the gap until we get the funding, which really would probably come in around, next summer, next July. Okay, with that. So the near-term action. So right now we've done a lot. We did focus on the customer tremendously over the last, 8 years. You could even look at the Clipper 2.0. Sometimes we have problems with Clipper 2.0. Sometimes it doesn't work. We have to use our credit cards, but now you can tap and go. You can use your credit card. I used my credit card today. I went to the Levi Stadium, saw the Australians out there cheering for their team. That's happening at 7 o'clock right now. I think Australia and Paraguay is out there at the Levi Stadium. It's very exciting. So we've got the new fare gates. It's clean. It's safe. It's just a tremendous experience to take transit now. And we took the event is happening right now, but they took, they went down to Milpitas and then they took light rail to the Levi Stadium in Santa Clara. So you can see how we're working together to try to get the rider experience and take, basically circle the bay with our transit partners. And then the clean and safe, I would say we implemented steam cleaning. You can see the people out there cleaning the stations tremendously. It's a huge difference. And I think I'm really proud to see the police officers. We always want to see the police officers out there. Even, I would call that like a beat cop. Your officer. You want to have a relationship. They're not just out there, patrolling and not talking to anyone. We want to have that kind of connection. And so I think with all of these measures, we're seeing the difference. So right now we've got the best case, the measure passes, the worst case, the measure fails. And we're going to start cutting, this coming November if it doesn't pass. So this is the worst case scenario. So I don't really believe this is going to happen, but I think what would really happen is we have a new governor and we would go to Sacramento and we would ask for some funding. But this is the worst case. If we got no funding and we're on our own, this is, the extreme. So we would cut 70% of our service. We would stop service at 9 p.m. We did that during COVID crisis. We stopped service at 9 p.m. at that time. A 3-line service, so you got Dublin, you got our line over here, it's the orange line. And then you've got the yellow line, which is really coming out from like Antioch all the way out, to Daly City. Then we would look at, increasing our parking by 50% and these tremendous layoffs. But again, this is the worst case scenario. I don't even think this would really happen, but it depends on if we received aid from the state, if it didn't pass. But, we don't know what's going to happen with that. That's really uncertain. Okay. Oh, World Cup. There. Here we go. The World Cup. This is really exciting. We're doing late night express trains. So I think the trains were going like past midnight and only at certain stations. So people are really coming from all over. I mean, when I got on the train today, they were coming from San Francisco. It was packed, and mainly Australians were in there. But it's just a great feeling to have the international community recognize the Bay Area. I don't know if you've seen the World Cup on TV, but it says San Francisco Bay Area on the Levi Stadium. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is worldwide. It's so exciting. So these kind of events and we're basically addressing these events with longer trains, express trains. And I think people weren't even asking questions, or people are just following the crowd. They're easily going in and out. They don't really look at the maps. I think they kind of know intuitively, how to get from A to B. So it's really exciting. Oh, and that's it. So if you have any questions, we'd be happy to take them.
Colleagues, questions? Councilmember Contantia?
Hi, actually, thank you so much for your presentation. I just wanted to also add that as a teacher, we recently brought 120 kids with us last month on a BART ride from Alameda County into San Francisco to see the Exploratorium. It was very clean. We were able to get there safely, and we did see a lot of police officers there. They were really friendly with the kids. They gave out stickers to the children. The students were really happy, and their parents were happy. So wow. I just want to say
that's great feedback. Thank you.
It's a really great job. It was very clean too, and the kids were able to find seats.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gundal?
Thank you. Thank you for the excellent presentations. Very interesting. I'm particularly struck by the tap and go system, so I really think that's great, and I hope that there's data that in terms of trips of where the origin comes, that obviously you can't attach it to an individual, but I hope that we'll be able to down the road be able to tell how many BART trips start from households that are in Newark, because we right now we only know sort of station boarding. So I hope at some point we have that information. That's just a wonky.
Yeah, I'm not
sort of thing that I have.
Look into that.
Yeah.
So we don't have the ability to track Clipper to like an individual person back to like an individual address. And I think that that's true both with the tap and ride system and a credit card, as well as like where that, Clipper card is registered. That's, for people's, personal information privacy, but we do have the numbers of like where they go in terms of stations that they're tapping on. It's very popular at SFO, the #1 station, and it's about 10% of our rides overall.
No, I understand, and just the frustration's been never knowing of those Fremont or Union City stations, how many folks actually come from Newark. As you know, we don't have a station in Newark.
Yeah. So we do have some station profile data that we'd be happy to send to you about your surrounding stations that show, where people travel from based on surveys. So we'd be happy to send that to you.
That'd be great. I appreciate that. And otherwise, just really appreciate the changes you're making, and again, thank you for coming and making this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member, and thank you, Mayor. This is an exciting time for BART, and I hope that you see the difference, and thank you for your feedback. So please email us. You can contact us if you have any questions about
Great.
BART.
I have a couple comments. One, I rode BART the first day it opened.
Oh.
Back in October of 1971. and was fearful when it first went under the bay, but I'm here to still talk about it, so that's good. I share Councilmember Grindal's comment, because we don't have a BART station here in Newark, and I certainly was a Bay Area resident when I saw BART build the extension from Hagenberger to the airport. And I know that costs quite a bit of money. I would certainly like BART to consider in the future running a similar line from either Fremont or Union City to Newark, because it's one of those communities where we're located. And you have folks that live in Palo Alto, Menlo Park, and those areas that would undoubtedly welcome a BART station closer to their homes. Because I think the closest one on that side of the peninsula is up in Millbrae. Is there one closer to Millbrae?
Not for those folks,
Yeah.
no.
So I know that BART is certainly dealing with some financial challenges, and these are not 2-year projects. These are 5, 10, 20-year projects. So I would certainly like the BART board to consider looking at a station here in Newark in the future. And this on a messaging standpoint, everybody recognizes the importance of transportation and the value that transportation brings to a community. I don't think anybody up here would disagree with that. My only concern with BART is the messaging. I think it doesn't sell the product when you talk about these are the things that are going to happen unless this measure is passed by the voters. I think your discussion early on about the benefits, clean stations, fares that are stations where you can't just simply walk on through. I think you've made a number of improvements over the last few years that make BART more of an attractive mode of transportation than it was earlier. So my suggestion to you as you go out and message communities, talk about all the positive things that BART does and all the positive things they bring to community, all of the housing and retail that's been built around BART stations to accommodate convenience for those folks that live in and around those neighborhoods. I think you're going to go a long way further in terms of talking about the positives versus the negatives in terms of closures and this and that. Most voters don't want to hear the negative. They want to hear the positive. Just a suggestion. Other questions or comments? This is just a presentation. Do we open it up for the audience to comment, Mr. Benoon? Pleasure. Anybody in the audience that would like to comment on the presentation from BART, please feel free to raise your hand and come forward. Yes, former council member Lily May.
Yes. So, good evening. I was just going to say, as you know, Fremont is home.
Mayor May, I apologize.
It's okay.
But you were a council member one time.
Yes, I was.
Thank you.
No, I just want to say thank you for making this presentation. I hope that I would echo some of the comments just as a constituent and a community member for the past 30-some years. I think that people want to be able to take the transit, having it reliable, having it affordable, having it dependable is a big piece of it. But it's also from our side, I see they're having discussion tonight about budgets. And if we're building things like transit-oriented development, which I've shared with all of you many times, it's hard for us to build 5,000 units of housing, a new school, a new hospital, and all these other things, and then be told that we might shut down the BART station. And so I've said this, and I've canned it, probably not very popular, but I said TOD without the T is just OD. And so I'm worried that, we're overdeveloping, and if you don't help us in terms of we've made a commitment as a city, as a community, as a region to bring jobs, to bring people, and to bring opportunities. And it'd be very bad faith, I think, to pull that from it's like the rug under for people. So that's all I was going to say. Thank you so much.
Other comments from the audience? Board Director Ames, I want to thank you for coming to Newark. Certainly your representation of our community is greatly appreciated. And again, I speak for many here in the audience. We appreciate efficient, attractive, clean transportation, and BART has certainly moved in that direction, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We welcome your comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to now return to the public comment section on the agenda. This is an opportunity for anyone to speak on items that are not currently on the agenda. Colleagues, I'm going to ask for a little bit of leeway in this area here. We have a number of folks that may want to speak as a result of the discussion tonight we're going to have on the business tax license. And of course, that's really at the end of the agenda. With your approval, I'd like to give those folks an opportunity to speak to this item under public comment, if I can.
If you need a
Get
motion,
your approval.
I can make a motion to support that.
I appreciate that.
I'll second that.
Okay, let's vote on that opportunity. Thank you, colleagues. So this is public comment section. Those that are here to speak on items that are not on the agenda are certainly entitled to come up and speak. Anybody that would like to speak on the business tax license, who've taken time out of their day to speak on that item, are also invited to do so as well. Public speakers. Yes, Lupe, come on forward.
Hello, how you doing?
Good evening.
Good evening. I'd like to speak on the business license. So good evening again. My name is Guadalupe Lopez, owner of Artiaga's Food Center. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I understand the city is facing budget challenges, and I appreciate the difficult decision before you. However, I especially ask you to reconsider the proposed business license tax increase. Businesses in Newark are struggling with rising labor costs, higher insurance premiums, increased utility bills, credit card processing fees, and growing regulatory compliance expenses. In addition, permits to new businesses are too long, creating further uncertainty for those trying to invest in our community. Under the current business license structure, a business like mine pays approximately $2,461. Under the proposed 0.43 gross receipts tax, it will increase to $47.30, a 92% increase. Grocery stores operate on very thin margins, often less than 1%. This proposal taxes gross sales, not net profits. I also asked the council to consider Newark's competitors. Neighboring cities generally have much lower business license. Higher fees make Newark less attractive for businesses to invest, expand, and create jobs. We are asking businesses to pay nearly double. I would respectfully ask, what additional services will businesses and residents receive? Will City Hall restore pre-COVID operated hours and service levels? Will more employees return to work in person so businesses receive better access and faster service? How this new revenue improve permitting public safety and economic development? Local businesses more than taxpayers. We create jobs, support schools, nonprofits, and sponsor community events, making Newark great. Every additional cost reduces our ability to invest in employees, improve our businesses, and keep prices affordable for local families. I also ask you to consider grocery stores and similar essential businesses to be placed in their own category, recognizing the unique challenges and thin margins we operate under. I respectfully ask you to reject this proposal or pursue a better solution that meets the city financial needs while approving businesses that invest in Newark for decades. I also would like to quickly touch on the new business that was being approved, TNT. That definitely is going to impact every grocery store that is here. We have approximately 16 to 18 grocery stores. We have 48,000 people living in the city, given an average of maybe 3 people per household. So that brings you about 16,000 families. If you multiply by expenditure that every family does between $9,000 to $10,000 per year on food, that only gives $140 to $160 in budget. So if you divide between those stores, that only reduces the amount that each person can spend per store, but it also reduces the items that they're going to buy. It reduces the people that visit those businesses. So I project that it will reduce the existing businesses' revenue by 10 to 12% per store. Can they afford to survive on that? Absolutely not. Like my business already lost 5% to Chavez Supermarket. So if you add an additional 10 to 15%, can I survive? I don't know. So please reconsider to bring businesses that are required in the city as opposed to providing and creating a lot of stores of the same category on one city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other folks under public comment, please come forward. Yes.
Do you want to do all the this ones first?
No. With no particular order.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yo-Yo Ye, and as many of you know, I'm the Newark project lead for Urban Forest Friends. And many of you have come to our tree planting events to plant trees in Newark. Of course, I'm here tonight to talk about trees. The opposite of planting trees, though, which is cutting down trees, which is happening in our Civic Center parking lot. And I understand that the trees in our parking lot are going to get cut down to put in a solar array. And as an environmentalist, I definitely support solar. I think my problem here is that the investment for those trees in this parking lot was made only 5 years ago. And while I understand maybe 5 years ago we didn't know there was going to also be a solar project, I want to express to you how much was potentially invested. You know the full quote of how much we paid for those trees and how much we're going to lose. So I had just an estimate, but my estimate is like, so it's like, why did we invest? My estimate was about $100,000 to put in those trees and those bioswales that are going to get cut down. And why did we invest that money 5 years ago without planning ahead to know that they were just going to be cut down in 5 years? Because if you had come to me in 2021 with $100,000 for trees, we could have done so much. But you put the $100,000 into this beautiful forest in the parking lot. They got to grow for 5 years, and now we're just going to cut them down. It feels like bad planning. So I have 3 requests tonight for the City Council. The first one is just please plan further ahead if you can. Please don't put in investments if you're just going to pull them out 5 years later. Please account for the value of nature. The trees are not valueless. Buying those trees costs money. Installing those trees and the irrigation costs money. We also have 4 bioswales in that parking lot that were designed to filter water, like specially designed plants and soil to filter water before it goes into storm drain, and those will also be destroyed when the irrigation is cut by the solar panels. So it's not just trees, it's also the bioswales. So first request, please plan further ahead. Please account for the cost to nature of new projects. My second request is that in the municipal code, before a tree is cut down in the city is supposed to put a notice on the tree at least 10 days in advance to let people know that's going to get cut down, so anybody who is against the cutting down of that tree can contact the city. And that was not done at Silliman, and that has not been done here. We already have 1 tree cut down here. There was no signs. Please follow the municipal code when it comes to cutting down trees. And my last request, there's been about 40 trees already cut down at Silliman to make way for those solar panels there. These were full-grown mature trees. And here, there's going to be 30 trees cut down, full-grown, healthy, mature trees. The city code also says that for private owners who cut down trees, they must replace them. So I request, city, please replace the 70 trees that are going to be cut down with 70 additional trees. And it's hard to replace a full-grown, 20-foot-tall tree with it's not a one-to-one replacement if you just put in a small one. So I know we have a budget crisis, but please replace the trees that are being cut down. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Benu, just for clarification, if I may, the requirement for a tree to be posted and a permit to be issued, is there a certain size tree that would necessitate that type of notification? And I would imagine the city being a municipality, we may be exempt from our own code in that respect. I don't know if you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I'd have to look that up.
Okay.
There is a general diameter minimum to meet that threshold in order to post. I don't recall it at the top of my head. I'd have to look that up.
I know in San Jose, we required a permit if the tree was 3 feet in circumference, 2 or 3 feet above the ground, and none of these trees in the parking lot meet that standard. And I would imagine Newark is probably similar. Mr. Gonzalez, do you have recollection on that item?
I have an initial comment.
Great.
Or more like a question. Mr. Perdue, I don't expect you to have this off the top of your head, but it would be nice to know what the plans are for those bioswales and whether or not there are some lower and shade tolerant vegetation that'll be going in, or basically what that plan is. Again, not expecting you to know that on the top of your head, but I would appreciate. I think the council would like to know sort of what that plan is. So if that's okay, I appreciate it.
We can follow up.
Great. Other folks on public comment, and again, as I mentioned at the beginning, this includes folks that want to make public comment regarding the business tax license item that's coming later in the agenda. Former Mayor Lily May.
Sure. So I'm going to make a comment on the agenda item that you mentioned, the business licensing ordinance. So good evening, mayors and council members. I'm proud to be partnering and talking to the Newark Chamber of Commerce, as I'm genuinely excited to be part of the community during what I believe will be a really pivotal moment in our region. I come to this with two lenses, years I've spent in corporate world, as well as time serving as a mayor. And when I look at a proposal like this, I ask questions which are, what does this mean for the businesses who are already here? And also betting on Newark, and does it signal to the businesses you want to attract? And tonight, the answer to both those questions, I think, are the same for me, at least, looking at this. This is a step forward, and I think Newark may want to take this, be ready to take this. Let's talk about where we are regionally, as context does matter. The East Bay is seriously experiencing some momentum, which is a great thing to see. Companies are looking to the South Bay corridor, and site selectors are paying attention to cities who act cohesively, and cities with modern infrastructure and clear processes, and a business climate that says we welcome and want you here. Newark has every reason to be on the top of that list, and I know that this has been something that's overdue, that hasn't been seen, I think, since 1970, is that correct? And so I think you have a great location, the workforce, the access, the land, and also a terrific community. And what this modernization does, it will make sure that the administrative framework matches the opportunity that's in front of us. The data in the attachment A that showed the spreadsheet backs up that information. I know under recommended or option 2 ordinance, the rates remain still some of the most competitive in the entire region, meaningfully lower than Fremont and San Leandro, Union City, and proposed rates that are being evaluated for Hayward. For example, a restaurant doing $625,000 in gross receipts pays $251 here in this proposal versus $962, and I just did analysis in Fremont. A small home-based business is still $25, and we're not talking about burdening our businesses. We're talking about building an infrastructure that's fair. I will take into account that we just heard the comment from one of your businesses that's a long time, and that's something that you may want to consider when it comes to the categories and how those are being evaluated and the impact, because I know they've also faced increases in terms of the employment wages that they've been given, depending on different legislative bills. But with that, I think that building a structure that is fair, transparent, and positioned in Newark as a place for business where business of all sizes can take roots. And from someone, again, who's managed corporate, city, and agency budgets, I can tell you plainly that I think that cities that invest in themselves have a good return. So when your streets are better maintained, when the services are responsive, and when the city feels alive and well-run, I feel that businesses notice, employers notice, developers notice, families notice. And this revenue modernization generates something that isn't just an expense on the business community, but it's hopefully a fuel for this kind of city that makes businesses want to choose Newark. And so I feel that while you're asking for money, I think it's also very important to be accountable, to report out. And I know there were a lot of questions about what does that mean in terms of permitting and other services that would then also help support your businesses to ensure that there's a balance to see with the return. So in closing, I just want to say that what gives me confidence is how this was done. I know the staff went out and talked to the businesses and listened. I saw that also in the handout. It was multilingual, which I think is very important. We talked about that earlier, and having accessibility to the community, and that reflects a genuine balance. But I think that collaborative spirit is exactly what you need at this moment. So I hope that you'll continue this and you'll reach out to the other businesses that may not have the opportunity to speak. And I hope that you're not waiting on this moment, and I hope that the moment's right for you now, and that make sure that you have the right tools and resources and the business climate to hopefully fully embrace it. So I just want to share that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. If you would like to speak to the business tax license, you can either do it now or you can do it when the item comes up and staff makes their presentation. Please come forward. Welcome, Ms. Montez, the president of our chamber.
Hello. I'm going to be commenting on the Newark's Business Tax license. So my name is Debbie Montez. I'm the president of the Newark Chamber of Commerce. And during my day job, I'm the area director with Hilton and Marriott overseeing hotel operations here in the region. Tonight, I'm really here in both of these roles. Honestly, from either angle, I arrive at the same place. We are happy that the city is updating Newark's business license tax. Here's what I hear from our chamber members. The current system is confusing, it's hard to figure out, and it hasn't really been touched in a while. In 1970, Newark's business community today looks completely different than it did back then. We have businesses operating in ways that didn't even exist 50 years ago, and we're still asking them to fit into a structure that was never designed for them. What I want people to understand that this is not just about raising taxes for businesses. This is about cleaning up a system that is overdue for a refresh, making it simpler, fairer, and easier for everyone to understand. We are delighted to see that the city staff came out, talked to businesses, sat down and listened, and our members noticed this. From my side of things in hospitality, I can tell you that the health of the city directly affects how we do business. When Newark is well maintained, services are funded, when people feel good about the community, guests notice, visitors come back, and businesses want to relocate here, and it all connects together. The survey results show that voters are open to this when it is explained clearly and honestly, and I think the business community has a role to play in that conversation. We can speak to our neighbors about our well-run city that affects us in our lives and work here. So on behalf of the chamber, I want to say we support moving this forward to the November ballot. We are committed to staying engaged. We are grateful to this council for approaching this the right way and as a partner with this business community, not just as a transaction. Thank you so much for listening to me tonight.
Thank you for coming tonight, Ms. Montez.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Other speakers under public comment? Again, if you wanted to speak to the business tax license, you'll have an opportunity again later on in the agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment section and go to the consent calendar. Now, the consent calendar is considered to be routine and may be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless there is a request by a council member, staff member, or member of the public to speak to an item, separate discussion and action. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak to any of the items that are on the consent calendar? I'm going to read the consent calendar, and if you would like to subsequently speak on any one of these items, feel free to let me know at that time, because there are 10 of them. 1 is the approval of audited demands. 2 is the approval of the June 11, 2026 City Council minutes. 3 is adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute 2 master funding agreements with the Alameda County Transportation Commission. 4, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a multi-year software as a service agreement with ClearGov, Inc. for cloud-based budget development, capital improvement planning, performance management, reporting, and transparency tools in the amount not to exceed $292,000. 5, adopt a resolution to accept bid number 2026-518 and award a contract to PC Solutions and Integration Incorporated for the Cora Network Equipment Replacement Project in the amount not to exceed $350,476.11 and approve a budget amendment. 6, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a 3-year cooperation agreement for fiscal years 27 through 29 with Alameda County for participation in the Alameda County Urban County for the Community Development Block Grant CDBG program. 7, approval of the plans and specifications and adoption of a resolution for acceptance of bid and award of a contract for the base bid and additive alternate bids number 8 and number 9 to G. Bartolo and Company, Inc. for fiscal year 2026. Annual Asphalt Concrete Street Overlay Program, project number CIPA 10005-FY2026, Phase 2, in the amount of $1,042,000. 8, adopt a resolution approving the Second Amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding with the Alameda County Environmental Health Department, ACEHD, for the inspections of Tier 1 and Tier 2 commercial edible food generators. And 9, approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a Second Amendment to an agreement with the Alameda County Fire Department for fire trucks and service in an additional amount not to exceed $400,000, and amending the budget. And finally, adopt a resolution approving a Third Amendment to the contractual services agreement with Kachina Landscape Management, Inc. to provide landscaping services in an additional amount not to exceed $120,000 through October 31 of 2026. Folks, is there anybody that wanted to pull any one of those items for comment, clarification, discussion? City Manager, did you want to pull any of those items?
Not this evening, Your Honor.
Colleagues, any item that you would like pulled from the consent calendar? Councilmember Grindal.
No, I was going to make a motion when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Also, I think you ought to take a drink of water after all that. So I'd like to make a motion we approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
A motion from Councilmember Grindal, second by Vice Mayor Jorgens. Please vote. The consent calendar passes unanimously with 4 ayes, with Councilmember Eve Marie Little absent tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to go to public hearings. The first public hearing is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the 2026-2031 Capital Improvement Plan. Mr. Benoon?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, and members of the council. I am pleased to report that staff has crafted a 5-year capital improvement plan for council's adoption this evening. Transitioning from a 2-year CIP to a 5-year CIP, while also transitioning to a new platform, was by no means an easy task. Multiple staff members from various departments participated in this demanding process, so I'd just like to take a moment and publicly acknowledge them and thank them for their extraordinary efforts and work. For tonight's presentation, our city engineer, Mr. Mickey Sabota, will briefly describe the changes that have been made in response to feedback we received from the council at the previous CIP work session. Similar to the past, we have one main presentation, which is this particular agenda item, that's item E1. And then we have 3 separate agenda items containing projects that involve conflicts of interest. Under this main presentation, staff will recommend that the council approve the 5-year CIP document with the conflicted projects being omitted. With that in mind, I'll pass it over to City Engineer Sabota. Mr. Sabota, you have the floor.
Great, thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. We've made it. This is a finish line. I know you've seen me multiple times up here presenting introduction to the 5-year CIP, draft projects, the draft CIP itself, and we finally made it to this item tonight, which is the presentation of the final capital improvement plan. Like City Manager had mentioned, I do want to take time to acknowledge we have several staff members in the audience as well. This was a truly collaborative effort over the past 8 months. I do really want to thank and acknowledge staff for their tremendous effort putting together this new document. This is our first ever 5-year CIP. I want to acknowledge and recognize the executive team for providing leadership through this great process, and of course City Council for providing policy direction and guidance to get us to where we are today. I have no formal presentation slides. The staff report does cover the changes that were made since the last presentation back in May, where we presented the draft CIP. I did want to highlight a couple of big ticket items. The first, and this is per direction from City Council, we did update a lot of the narrative or project narratives. We included information like estimated start times or completion times for some of the projects. We added narrative on the status of several active projects. One thing to note in the staff report is that we did take the CIP to the Planning Commission earlier this month per state requirements, and Planning Commission did find that the capital improvement plan is in conformance with our general plan. Some of the other changes, the Bayside TOD pedestrian bridge, per council direction, we did adjust or clarify that the $2.8 million for this project will be coming out of the TOD development fees, not necessarily the traffic impact fees for this particular project. And we did clarify that we would do an analysis or feasibility analysis for this bridge before we go into full design. We also had a police pursuit intervention technology program, CIP, that staff has moved over from CIP into the police operating budget. We felt that's more appropriate as a operating project as opposed to a CIP. That pretty much concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So this is a public hearing. So go ahead and open up the public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience that has questions, comments, suggestions regarding the CIP? As mentioned, we've seen this item now several times. I want to thank Mr. Benoon and city staff for all the hard work that they've done. And I also want to commend city staff for putting us on a 5-year CIP. A 2-year CIP made no sense when you consider how long it takes to design, develop, fund projects. I think a 5-year CIP is more in line with what the residents can expect in terms of completion on some of these projects. So real credit to city staff for bringing that forward to us for consideration. Anybody in the audience that would like to speak to this item? If not, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and return to my colleagues for questions, comments. Councilmember Contancio.
I just wanted to thank you and everyone else too in putting together the 5-year CIP. It does encompass many things for not only our younger citizens of Newark, but also everyone in the community, like the Cultural Arts Center, the parks, what are we going to do with the monster? In fact, I just visited him a few days ago when we were taking some photos. But I do appreciate the financial responsibility and layout so that everyone here in Newark knows what to look forward to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to commend staff as well. I think it's obviously been a long process, and we've ended up at a pretty remarkable place with this document. So there's a lot of credit to go around, and it should be taken because this is a very good place that we've put the city in.
Councilmember Grindal.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I have some questions, then I have some comments. So first of all, the written staff report makes no reference to my request to fund a education element to the general plan. There's just simply no discussion about it whatsoever. I don't know if we need to be taking formal votes to get that included or whatever, but to simply to have something that's, in my opinion, the most critical element of our community and in line with one of our goals and missions is to have it just completely ignored, I think is inappropriate. So can you tell me how it is that discussion isn't mentioned at all?
It's my recollection that council did not direct staff to specifically include that as part of the CIP. Now, the update to the general plan is going to be an extensive, long, drawn-out process that will involve multiple presentations and involvement with city council. So I think it is probably more appropriate that when that general plan update kickoff starts, that discussion happens in terms of what or what should or shouldn't be included as part of that process.
And when would you anticipate that to come to council for initial discussion on the general plan, if we can kind of get a sense on that?
Approximately 3 years.
3 years? 2028? 2 years-ish.
Okay. Councilman?
Yes. So secondly, this idea of the overcrossing that connects two sections of the Bay Trail that is going to have a feasibility study go forward. That's true of most projects, particularly large projects. Isn't that true? For example, the community center project hasn't really been detailed exactly what would happen. Isn't it a typical part of the process that for a project there be some sort of feasibility analysis? So and first of all, can you answer that question?
Yes, for large projects, usually there's some sort of feasibility analysis to justify its need.
So how is it different in this case? Why is it spelled out specifically?
Many of the projects that are in the CIP, if you look at the parks projects, the facilities projects, those had feasibility studies in terms of the master planning that was put together many years prior to today that analyzed the need for those types of projects. The TOD pedestrian bridge, it's my understanding there hasn't really been a study particularly for that one project.
It was included in the Bay Trail realignment study that was approved by the City Council. It was also approved in the specific, it was also included in the specific plan, which was approved by the council. So I don't think it's accurate to say it hasn't been studied and analyzed, but so I just wanted to correct that. Second of all, there was discussion about whether or not it was appropriate to move forward on a $10 million signal interconnect project. The council discussed that.
That's
the
item E2, so.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
apologize. Never mind. Now to my comments. I think given how important the education system is to our community, how it was indicated as part of our goals and objectives, I think it's unconscionable that we don't throw a few dollars, less than 0.1% or an 1/8 of a percent to help analyze and get us started on working together with the school district to improve things. So I think based on that, I believe this capital improvement plan, although a laudable effort, does not really align with the vision of our community, in my opinion, and I won't be supporting it.
I absolutely will be supporting the CIP. It's a roadmap in terms of the priorities that this council has set forth in terms of improvements that we want to make to our community, including parks and other infrastructure throughout the city. I thought we did take, Mr. Benoon, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought we did take a vote on Councilmember Grindal's proposal to include, I think you had estimated, Councilmember, about a $200,000 commitment from the CIP to go towards the idea of putting forth an educational component in the general plan. Did the council not weigh in on that?
Yeah, a few things. First, I just want to make it clear, staff's understanding was that direction was provided from the council to staff to not include that educational element in the CIP that would be approved in the public hearing, and that's what we've done tonight. And then in terms of the qualifiers with respect to that pedestrian bridge, that was the direction that we had received collectively from the council. I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Savorka. I believe she had the opportunity to review the video and also, she took a part in the preparation of the minutes. So perhaps Ms. Savorka could speak to that.
Sure. Thank you, City Manager Benoon. With regard to your question, Mayor, of the discussion on the education element as being part of included in the CIP, it is in the minutes, the City Council meeting minutes in both April 23rd and May 28th. We did not take a formal vote because it was not requested. However, during the meeting, you had asked each council member if they were to support or not. And each time that was 4 who indicated not supporting including the education general plan element in the CIP, and 1 showing support. And so how we captured that in both the April 23rd and May 28th minutes was just collective as a council. We stated that there was not support for adding it into the CIP, and therefore we did not include it in the staff report tonight about what changed in the CIP.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the total valuation of the CIP for the next 5 years is?
Approximately $279 million.
$280 million. And so this council has weighed in on not only the educational component to the general plan, as Councilmember Grindal had requested. I think it's reasonable to defer that discussion until the actual general plan comes back to the council for further consideration. That's reasonable. Secondly, the Bay Bridge that we've discussed, again, the council took a position on that. I find it alarming, in all honesty, ladies and gentlemen, when we're talking about really the capital improvements to our community that are at $279 million, that a council member is going to vote no on the entire CIP. And I'm happy, Councilmember Grandal, to take a specific vote tonight on your request for setting aside funds for an educational component to be attached to the general plan. I think the vote will be what it has been in the past, but I find it unconscionable that as we're looking at really significant improvements to our community, we're talking 2 fire stations that are critical in terms of preserving and protecting our citizens when it comes to public safety. We're talking about a community center, arts center that our constituents highly were anticipation of seeing in the near future. We're talking about significant road and infrastructure improvements throughout our entire city. To vote no on such minor issues that at some point in the future will come back to this council for consideration, in my mind, is not representative of the view of the community moving forward. So do we need to take a vote on this item here before we get to the separate items, Mr. Benoon?
Correct, Mayor. There is a resolution that was prepared and attached to the staff report that would approve the vast majority of the capital improvement plan.
I'm going to move staff's recommendation on the CIP.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jorgens. By Councilmember Contancio, please vote. And the CIP for the next 5 years at $279 million was approved by the council on a 3-to-1 vote, with Councilmember Eve Marie Little absent this evening. Thank you for the hard work. Mr. Manu, thank you to all the staff, because I know that it was mentioned that this has been an 8-month project, and I'm really pleased to know that we're going to see annual updates to the CIP as to projects that we approved tonight that have been completed, in the process of being completed, or in the feasibility stage. And so I'm excited that we're going to continually see updates in that regard. And again, thank you to all the hard work that folks did on this item. The next item is E2, and I understand, Vice Mayor, let me read the item first. It's a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the Thornton Avenue Overlay Phase 1, Interstate 882 Olive Street, $4,070,000. Traffic signal interconnect construction, $10 million. Projects in the 2026-2031 capital improvement plan. And I understand, Vice Mayor Jorgens, you need to recuse yourself on this item.
Yeah, as I have done each time that we've discussed this item, I will be recusing myself. I have a real property leasehold interest within the proximity of Thornton Avenue and the traffic signal interconnect project. That real property leasehold interest is my residence.
City Manager, I have a question as Vice Mayor has left the room, because there's really 2 items on here. One is the Thornton Avenue Overlays Phase 1, and the other is the traffic signal interconnect construction. Did the Vice Mayor need to recuse himself on both those items, or just the Thornton Avenue Overlay?
Our understanding is that it's for both items.
For both items. Okay, thank you.
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. This item is for 2 conflicted projects, namely the Thornton Avenue Overlay Project Phase 1, and secondly, the Traffic Signal Interconnected Project. City Engineer Mickey Sabota will give a very brief update, as my recollection is that we have very few changes to this from the last work session. Mr. Sabota?
Great, thank you, City Manager. Again, still excited to be here. One minor change, and it has to do with the traffic signal interconnect project, and this is, again, direction from City Council. We did add narrative that staff will be exploring, hopefully, a much cheaper wireless version to accommodate the same task as opposed to a hardwire system before we go out and expend the $10 million for a hardwire system. And so that narrative was added in the project narrative, and that was the only significant change in the 2 projects. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a public hearing on this specific item. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone that would like to speak to item E2? And you heard what that item was described as. Seeing nobody, I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion of this and ask my colleagues for comments. Councilmember Grindal.
Why wouldn't, excuse me, why wouldn't the signal interconnect project simply be removed, given that it's so out of scale? It's a $10 million project, and as opposed to some sort of language that it'll be looked at as another, in another way. So why wouldn't, I mean, we're going to be looking at this capital improvement plan every year, maybe certainly every 2 years when we do our biennial budget, and there'd be even maybe some mid cycles in there. So why wouldn't we simply remove that?
This was an existing project that had gone back at least a couple of years, so the design was actually already completed. Certainly at the pleasure of council, if they want to remove this particular item from the CIP so that staff can still do the research, we can certainly entertain that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I'm going to support this project, and I won't ask the audience for a show of hands. How many of you are tired of driving down Cherry Street or Newark Boulevard and you sit at that signal trying to figure out why is there no traffic coming in the other direction, yet I continue to sit here? Now, the police department knows I drive a white Tesla. They know I'm not running that light, irrespective of how long I'm going to wait at that intersection for that signal to turn green. But if I understand this item correctly, Mr. Benoon, we're not making really any decision tonight. In other words, staff's going to examine the best and the most efficient and the least expensive method to improve our interconnective system. And all we're doing tonight is telling staff we're setting aside $10 million. Oh, by the way, this is not $10 million of city money. This is $10 million that's coming from Alameda County Transportation Commission. Isn't that correct? So it's not even our money that we're setting aside $10 million. We're setting aside $10 million and telling staff, move forward, design a project that's going to be least expensive and going to provide the connectivity that our residents expect to see. Because I hear this on a regular basis about people waiting at signals, and we need to demonstrate to the community that this is an important issue to us and we're ready to move forward. How soon would you anticipate coming back to the council with one proposal or another proposal as it relates to the best system to interconnect our signals? When would you anticipate coming back?
It would take at least a couple months, but
okay.
This fall-ish.
And at that time, would you have an idea as to the actual cost of that project at that point as well?
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at 2 months to really understand what's going to be the best connectivity and what's the cost going to be. And at that point, we can weigh in as to whether or not we think that's a good bargain for the money that we're spending. All we're doing today, we're not making any real financial decision. We're simply setting aside the money for that project.
That is correct.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Yes, Councilman Grindal.
Just as a point of clarification, my understanding, the key, and in fact, as you had indicated in the previous meeting, the high cost item to this interconnection is not so much the signal timing, which I concur with the mayor's statements that to the extent that the signal timing can be tuned up better with better equipment or something like that, that certainly helps at each individual signal, and fully support that. The big ticket item in this cost is the physical interconnection between the different signals so they sync up. So you can as long as you follow the speed limit, which I know you always do, Mr. Mayor, white Tesla. As long as you follow the speed limit, you basically get all the greens through, and it moves more efficiently. I just want to say, I just wanted to see if I understood properly. That's really the big ticket item here, is that physical interconnection.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well, we're down to 3 council members, so I need a motion. Second, and can I get a motion? I'll make a motion. By Councilmember Catancio, I'll second it. Please vote. Oops, let's start that again. I'm not pressing my button.
Point of clarification, is the motion for both projects or just one of the two?
Well, they came as a ticket item.
Right. I believe the motion was to accept staff's recommendation for both items.
And that failed on a 2-to-1 vote because we need to have a majority 3 voting in favor of any item. And so I imagine, Mr. Benoon, that'll come back to us, what?
Per the city's municipal code, you would need 3 council members to take any action, so that's true. This item fails under the vote as tallied on the screen. The enabling resolution contains 2 projects, so we would recommend that a motion be made to approve the resolution minus the references to the traffic signal interconnect project. That would effectively put in the Thornton Avenue overlay project into the capital improvement plan. If that vote were to occur, that item becomes part of the plan, and then we would come back in the fall, in September, October, with the analysis on the traffic signal interconnect plan, and the council at that time can make a decision whether or not to vote on this project and add it into the CIP.
Yes, Councilman Grindal.
Ultimately, given that difficulty, I can hold my nose, and if you want to do a revote, I can support this.
On the Thornton Avenue?
On both.
On both? Okay. Can we do that? City Attorney?
Yeah. Motion.
I'll make a motion to reconsider.
Thank you.
Okay.
This is just on the motion to reconsider or on the item itself? It doesn't matter.
You okay with the combine?
Yes.
Okay. And that passes 3 yes. Councilmember Jorgens had to, or Vice Mayor Jorgens had to recuse himself, and Vice Mayor, Eva Marie Little, Councilmember, is not here this evening. Thank you, Councilmember Goodall. Ladies and gentlemen, item E3 is a public hearing to adopt a resolution approving the Thornton Avenue Complete Streets Hickory to Gateway, a $12 million project. I love that project. In the 2026-2031 Capital Improvement Plan, and I understand, Councilmember Grindal, you have to recuse yourself.
Yes. At this time, I need to recuse myself from this item because I have real property interest within the proximity of the Thornton Avenue Complete Streets Hickory to Gateway project. That is my residence. Thank you. I'll be back.
I want to apologize to you on behalf of the council. When the city manager continues to describe your presentations as being brief, I don't want you to come away thinking that we don't appreciate your presentations. Mr. Benoon.
Yes. Good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. We have no presentation as to this item. This item was discussed extensively at previous work sessions. No changes were requested by the council at the last work session. As such, staff recommends that the council approve the resolution as presented.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is also a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. Is there anybody who would like to comment, discuss this item? I'm going to close the public hearing, talk to my colleagues. Any comments on this item?
No, I'd like to echo your comments. I think it's a great project. Excited to see it as part of the CIP and would like to move staff's recommendation.
And I'm going to second that. Motion by the Vice Mayor, second by the Mayor. Please vote. That passes with 3 ayes, with Councilmember Grindal having to recuse himself and Councilmember Eva Marie Little not here this evening. Thank you. I just find it interesting that the only person that does not have to recuse themselves tonight is the mayor, which is no reflection on, by the way, the neighborhood the mayor lives in.
You'll have your turn.
So, ladies and gentlemen, E4 is a public hearing to adopt a resolution approving the Lake Shore Park new interim restroom, $80,000, and the Lake Shore Park new pathway lighting, $200,000 project for inclusion in the 2026-2031 capital improvement plan. And my understanding is, Councilmember Contancio, you need to, and Mr. City Manager Benoon, need to recuse yourselves. Councilmember Contancio?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I am recusing myself because I have a real property interest within proximity of the Lakeshore Park projects, which is my residence.
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. I too have a conflict of interest as I own real property within proximity of Lakeshore Park. I took no participation in the preparation of the staff report.
Assistant City Manager Vorka.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. We do have a couple of changes on this item, so City Engineer Sabota is going to talk us through those.
Last but not least, one minor change to note, again, per direction from City Council, the Lakeshore Park Pathway Lighting Project, we advanced that a couple of years. That was the only significant change among the two projects, and that concludes my presentation.
I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak to this item? I'll close the public hearing and come back to council for comments or a motion.
I'd like to move staff's recommendation to include these projects in the CIP.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second, and before I take the vote, I want to commend staff for moving up the timeline on this. I also want to commend staff because we have heard forever the need for restroom facilities out at the Lake Shore Park, and we recognize that this is kind of an interim solution, and depending upon the level of activity, it could result in a more permanent restroom facility out at that location. So I appreciate city staff and this council listening to the community and recognizing this is a priority and delivering on it. So let's vote. That passes unanimously. Councilmember Contancio had to recuse herself. Councilmember Eve Marie Little is absent this evening, so it passes 3-0.
Thank you.
There was discussion, Mr. Benoon, to sell your property, but I held firm. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to other business, and these are some new items that we've not seen before, so it'll be interesting for the council discussion on these items. F1 is to conduct a study session to receive information and provide feedback on a development concept proposal for 5311 Central Avenue. Mr. Benoon?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. As your mayor so indicated, this is a relatively new process for us to wade through, so I'm going to take a moment to explain the process and how we got here. Robson Homes approached city staff to seek preliminary feedback on proposing a project to redevelop an approximate 4-acre site on Central Avenue. The site currently houses Holbert Lumber. The site is zoned limited industrial and has a general plan designation of limited industrial. Modifying the zoning in general plan are legislative acts and completely discretionary by the council. The focus tonight is to receive preliminary feedback from the council on whether the zoning and general plan should be modified to allow residential development on this site. To be clear, no application has been received by the city. As such, no formal reports or studies have been prepared. Should the developer turn this concept into a project, it would go through the typical entitlement process, and that includes community meetings, environmental review, and appropriate studies would have to be performed. This would take approximately 18 to 24 months. The council will not be asked to take any action this evening. This is a study session. It's an opportunity to provide preliminary feedback on a development concept before an application is submitted. The presentations are intended to be brief and provide high-level summaries. Before I pass it over to staff, I'd like to highlight that there are some due process considerations at play. The City Council should not make any definitive statements regarding the proposal itself or state whether the City Council would support or not support the proposal. Instead, staff will receive feedback from the council regarding the concepts presented and then work with the applicant on their proposal should they wish to proceed with a formal entitlement application. With that in mind, I'll pass it over to Senior Planner Carmelissa Lopez. Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Carmelissa Lopez, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. The item before you this evening, as City Manager has stated, is a development concept study session for a development concept proposal located at 5311 Central Avenue. I would also like to note that the next agenda item is another study session for a separate proposal. Both study sessions will have the same format, but with different proposals. So for the study sessions, they do provide City Council with an opportunity to receive information, ask questions, and discuss the topic in a public meeting setting. No action will be taken by the Council this evening. And as this is the first development concept study session, staff's presentation will include some guidance as to the feedback that would be helpful to the applicant. This is the agenda for tonight's presentation. We'll begin by introducing the city team and the applicant. Next, I'll provide some general information about the project site and proposal, including applicable general plan and zoning considerations, as well as any potential legislative actions. The applicant will then provide a more detailed presentation. And following that, I will conclude with staff's recommendations and outline the next steps for the study session. For the city team, I have myself, Community Development Director Stephen Turner, Deputy Community Development Director Art Interiano, and representing the applicant, we have Mark Robeson with Robeson Homes LLC. The council members may be familiar with Robeson Homes. They do have a development currently under construction at Cedar Boulevard and Smith Avenue. So for what is a development concept study session? It is a new process that provides applicants with an opportunity to receive preliminary city council feedback. Developers frequently contact our department seeking early input on their proposals. These proposals are typically high level in nature and may include conceptual site plans and other preliminary info intended to assist with project planning. In some cases, proposals may involve potential general plan amendments, rezoning requests, or other land use considerations that would benefit from early feedback. Because these legislative actions are not undertaken frequently and may involve broader policy considerations, the early feedback is helpful, and it allows applicants to evaluate whether and how to proceed with a formal entitlement application. The purpose of these study sessions is to provide the City Council with opportunity to discuss the concepts, provide high-level feedback, especially regarding policy considerations, potential entitlement pathways, and other aspects of a proposal that may benefit from further refinement. It is important to note that this study session is not a public hearing, and it does not constitute a project approval, so there's no formal action that will be taken. And this slide summarizes the very high level the study session process. It begins with the developer submitting an application to the Planning and Housing Division. Staff will then conduct a preliminary review to identify the applicable general plan and zoning designations, as well as any potential discretionary actions. After that, there's no further analysis of consistency that is conducted. Following staff's review, a study session is scheduled with the City Council. And during the study session, staff provides an overview of the proposal, such as I am doing at this current moment, and then the presentation will be provided by the applicant of what they intend to do. The City Council will then be able to ask questions and provide conceptual feedback. And then following the study session, the applicant may decide whether and how to proceed. Should the applicant choose to move forward, staff will work with them to identify the appropriate next steps in the review process. As for the proposal for this study session, the applicant is proposing a 36-unit residential development located at 5311 Central Avenue. It is located at the intersection of Central Avenue and Cedar Boulevard. The property is designated as limited industrial in the general plan and zoned limited industrial. The site is currently occupied by Hulbert Lumber Company, which is a building materials sales use. It is adjacent to industrial uses, commercial uses, and residential neighborhoods. The proposal would have a density of approximately 10 units per acre, which is generally consistent with the city's low-density residential designation. Because residential uses are not currently permitted on this site, a general plan amendment and a rezoning would be required. Additionally, other anticipated entitlements would include a design review, as well as a tentative tract map if the units would be for sale. To satisfy the city's inclusionary housing requirement, the applicant is proposing to provide affordable housing off-site. So with our most recently adopted inclusionary ordinance, that would be considered an alternative means of compliance, which would require city council approval. As discussed earlier, amendments to the general plan and the zoning code are not made frequently, so it should be carefully considered, and if the project does move forward. And that concludes this portion of the presentation. I will now turn it over to the applicant, Mark Robeson with Robeson Homes.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Hannon, members of the City Council. I want to thank, my name is Mark Robeson. I'm the president and owner of Robeson Homes. I want to thank the council for allowing us to bring this item before you this evening, and thank city staff for the efforts that they put into the presentation tonight. I'm not sure how to operate this, but okay, yes, this is, these are photographs of prior projects that we've done, and we're a family-owned business. None of the photographs include the project that we have up the street. The project's still under construction, not complete yet. Please go to the next slide. How to do that? Thank you. It's not, okay, thank you. It's the discussion tonight is, and the reason why we're here is to focus on, I don't know what happened to that. Let me hit this. There it is to focus on land use and converting the property from industrial use to residential use. The site is I think a transitional location. You've got low density across the street or lower density across the street at 6 to the acre, and down the street where the timber project is, one of our projects, and another townhouse project are being built at densities closer to 20 units to the acre. And what we're proposing here, as staff said, is 36 units to the acre, and a product that is different than what is currently being offered, and I think will fit in nicely in this location. And it's, I'll go to the next slide. This is a preliminary site plan. These are traditional homes that we're planning, and what the concept is to build something that's 2.5 stories that is more compatible with the homes across the street, and it's a different type of housing than what's currently being offered. These would be on 3,000 square foot lots. The homes would back up to both Cedar and Central Avenue. They would have, the front doors would be on the interior street side with the garage, and they would all include small backyards, which is very desirable. In the next slide, it shows you that the house on the corner is similar in scale, but not the same as what we would want to do, but give you some feel for it. You can see on the roof line that there would be the half story is, we tuck a loft under the roof line above the second story, but the first floor and the second floor are traditional, ground floor living, and your bedrooms and your family areas on the second floor, and there's a loft on the third floor. And these homes would be about 2,600 square feet. Sorry, I'll just pass through the slide I missed. I don't know how to go back, but is a Spanish style, nice detailing. I think would be a nice addition to the streetscape out on Cedar and Central Avenue. There it is. Thank you, whoever's doing that. Thank you, city manager, assistant city manager. And so you can see the detailing, and I think it would be an attractive addition and an improvement to what's on the property now from an aesthetic standpoint. And these are images of what is in the neighborhood now. It's a lumber yard, and I think by code, your code identifies it, the lumber yards, as blight. And so what we're planning would be an improvement to this. And these are images. I know you all know the area very well, but gives you A couple of things I want to point out, though. This property is surrounded by streets, which is extremely unique. And and one of the things that I want to point out in the next slide is that it creates some kind of interesting constraints. Trying to how do you front the existing streets? What's the best way to do that? There's a active gas line along Timber, and there's an abandoned gas line in the same street and trying to weave your utilities through those is a challenge and expensive. But one of the other things I want to point out about this property that is unique is that although it's only 3.9 acres, there's almost 2,000 square feet, lineal feet of frontage. As comparison to the 7-acre site that has a lot of frontage down the street that we're currently building on, there's about 1,200 lineal feet of improved frontage. So you've got extremely high amount of improvements that will go into developing this property, and so it does make it, it is a considerable constraint, given the size versus the amount of improvements along the frontages that will need to be made. Next slide is along Cedar and gives you some idea of what we're thinking about relative to what the frontage would look like. It would be similar to the neighborhood across the street. There'd be a parkway, a sidewalk, a wall, and then the homes would back up to Cedar. And same along Central, very similar as you go down Cedar, and the Kaufman Road project on the other side of Cedar has the same. There's a sidewalk, a wall in the back, and the homes back up to the to that street. And you get some flavor for how the interface of these homes is adjacent that we're thinking about would be along that street and the scale. So it's really different than what is down Cedar that we're currently building in terms of scale of the homes. This is along Timber. It's the other frontage. It's the third frontage that we would be, fronting homes onto. In this concept, it does show there's the site plan that we're showing assumes the front doors would be out to Timber. I don't know that we're actually going to wind up doing that just because of development constraints. That the homes we may wind up siding these homes to that frontage. I kind of went through it quickly, but there's a gas line monitoring equipment along this frontage that you don't want in your front yard. So we're thinking that we would either back up to this frontage or side onto it. And the yellow pipeline there shows you where the gas line is relative to to these homes. And it's the same gas line that runs, through the other properties down Cedar, one that we're currently building, and then the ones that are the other that's being started, and the Timber project that was built several years ago. So in terms of inclusionary housing, what the proposal that we're making would be offsite BMRs, and we would have the same number of BMR homes. It would allow us to deliver those homes faster than we could if we built them. They would be deed restricted like any other home that you would have in a BMR situation, and we'd be purchasing offsite townhomes or condominiums to make that conversion, and they would be homes within Newark and with all the same resale controls that you typically have on a BMR. So in conclusion, the benefits that we see that this project could bring is it would beautify the city corridors, cleaning up the existing condition. It does provide a different type of housing. There have been a lot of townhomes that have been built in Newark in the last few years, and this is a different type of housing. I think it'd be super compatible with the homes across the street, and it transitions nicely within the neighborhood. It does provide below market rate units and a type of housing that homeowners are looking for, that it's a more traditional home on a 3,000 square foot lot that, from a pricing standpoint, fits in nicely, given the price point of the townhomes and the single-family homes across Cedar. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Robeson, for your presentation. Now we'll move on to staff's recommendation. So to assist with the discussion portion of the study session, staff would like to provide some guidance to the council regarding the type of feedback that could be helpful to the applicant. Staff recommends that the City Council focus on identifying aspects of the proposal that appear appropriate for this location and consistent with the city's goals, as well as any aspects that may warrant further consideration. Key aspects could include the proposed general plan and zoning amendments. As I mentioned earlier, it would require some of those legislative actions. Other key aspects include site design and layout, as well as residential characteristics, which can include the proposed density, housing type, unit size, and potentially the target population. And as a reminder, again, the study session is intended to obtain conceptual feedback to ensure that the applicant receives due process on their potential formal entitlement application. Staff is seeking that there are no definitive statements regarding the proposal itself and what the council would or would not do to support or would not support related to the entirety of the proposal. So we just ask for the high-level conceptual feedback. And as for the next steps, now we'll go on to the discussion portion of the study session, where council can ask clarifying questions to both staff and the applicant, and then also provide conceptual feedback. No formal action will be taken, and after the study session concludes, the feedback will be provided back to the applicant, and we'll discuss next steps from there. Thank you. And I'll also put the key aspects and the staff recommended guidance as the slide for the discussion.
Thank you for the report. Colleagues, questions? Councilmember Grindal.
Yes. Couple questions I think for staff first. It's my understanding that we're in the process, or we will soon be in the process of updating our in lieu fee for housing. I assume that would be that update, because I think when we last discussed this, it was understood that our existing fee is, at least in my opinion, quite low. So would the process of updating that fee be completed before this project were brought forward?
Thank you for the question. Stephen Turner, Community Development Director. The city is going through an impact fee study to assess the current fees and how the fees could change based upon more current conditions. That study is ongoing. The applicant has not submitted an application, so they're not locked into a particular fee at this point. I think the impact fee study is looking to be completed a little bit later on this year. We'll have to see exactly what fees would apply when the applicant submits the application.
Thank you. What is envisioned in the other properties, in the other commercial industrial properties that are, well, let's call them light industrial properties that are between this site and 880? This may be the applicant, or maybe you, Stephen.
Yes. Can we pull up that site plan to show that?
And
if
you don't mind me adding to your question, also if you can clarify going the other direction between the end of the project site and the railroad tracks.
Sure. Let's see if there's there we go, right. Yes, thank you. At this point, the property owner and the project proponent is, of course, focusing on the Holbert lumber site. From time to time, we do get inquiries about a similar type of conversion for the light industrial to the north, or the top immediately adjacent to that. We've just had initial discussions and answered questions from property owners and developers that are interested in that site, but there's been no coordinated plan for developing both sites together that the city has seen. Of course, if we can coordinate a much larger set of parcels together, we think we could do a better site plan and have efficiencies and bring different housing types to that larger site. However, there's no coordinated effort to bring both sites together as one project.
Yeah.
Can I ask a follow-up on
Of
that?
course.
To Councilmember Grandal's question, the parcel, as you described it, just north, that industrial, is that the same ownership or different ownership?
Different ownership.
Different ownership, thank you.
Yep.
It's typical when you're looking at zoning and general plan to not stick to a particular parcel and a particular owner. So as part of that planning process, if this were to move forward, staff would look at, even if the property wasn't being proposed for development at this point, the staff would probably look at, I think that you'd be looking at what the appropriate zoning would be on that property, and then the existing use become a non-conforming use. Is that an accurate description of the process?
We might look at that as a study. However, we would really take that direction from City Council. City Council, of course, adopted the general plan and the zoning. Ideally, zone changes, general plan changes don't happen often. The city has light industrial areas throughout the community. However, removing more light industrial uses could be seen as removing a type of business type that the community values and appreciates. So we want to be very careful whenever we talk to developers about changes of land use, particularly because the City Council has set that vision through the general plan. We wouldn't be necessarily looking at this in a comprehensive way with both projects unless directed to by the City Council.
Okay. Yeah, it just seems to sort of stand out by itself. I'd be concerned about the urban design elements of doing this piece by piece.
Yep, that's a very helpful comment.
Now it's my understanding that the area to the south of Central is already a housing element site. Is that your recollection?
Which site is
I'm sorry.
that?
So across Central, at what is now there actually is a auto center and a design center. I wish I could point to it. On the
I think I see
on the
that.
right side on this map, so because we're not, the north arrow isn't quite right, so no, further down. There you go. This whole area, the vacant property that you're looking at is now a senior housing project, correct?
Correct.
And the area to the bottom of that, I won't use north and south, but lower down that area is a housing element site.
I'll have to take a look at that. I will have to check the maps to confirm.
Okay. I see that. So the frontage on Central and Cedar that was indicated by the developer, we have certain standards in terms of trees and landscaping and a wall that creates a pleasant look. It's your understanding that those standards would be met in what he's proposing? I know you've just seen roughly, but
right. We haven't assessed the project for conformance with those standards. However, we would expect to apply those standards to this project.
So one would expect trees and an attractive look, like we have down Cherry, we have down other major intersections.
Yes.
Fantastic. So I want to talk about inclusionary housing a little bit. And this may be a question for the developer, but what exactly would it mean to buy and make affordable another product, and also would there be any concern with closely tying the proposed project to actually delivering those units as affordable? We don't like. I don't like it when there's a big time gap between when the market rate gets built and before the affordable comes along. So, is there a way could you describe a little more of what you're doing with that, and also just your sense of the timing of the both elements of the project?
Sure, and one of the points in the presentation that I made is that because when you buy a residence, you save all the time in construction, and this would allow us to deliver an affordable home much earlier in the process. And there's plenty of ways the project could be conditioned so that those homes are delivered at honestly whatever stage you guys wanted to. And we'd need to go buy those and put a deed restriction on them and convert those. So I think it's a much easier way to do that. We did that and have done that on past projects in other municipalities.
Thank you. Just to be clear, but this means we wouldn't actually be adding units to our community. You'd be deed restricting an existing unit that was probably already occupied.
Yes, you would. That is correct. But you'd be building, 36 new homes potentially.
Good.
That's part of the project.
Thank you. I appreciate the answers, and I might have further questions as the discussion develops, but that's it for now, sir.
Other questions, comments? Councilwoman Tasha.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I was thinking about in the top left corner, on the corner of Timber Street, is that a pocket park that was being proposed, or is that just greenery? What is that?
It is. You're required when you develop that you can't discharge water into the bay without treating it first. So it would be biotreatment that's required for the project. And I don't have thank you very much. I really appreciate it. But I didn't bring any photographs, but those are typically areas that we can beautify with landscaping that does well in wet conditions. And if you'd like, I can forward some pictures of what those areas can look like. It actually would be a landscape feature when we're finished with it. But its point would be to do two things. It'd be attractive, but also we would treat stormwater.
Okay, I understand. I was just thinking, though, because we have about 36 houses, assuming that there would be children or students here, is there an idea of a small park or something like that for this community?
There isn't. We do have backyards, and those are very desirable, but the backyards would be small. The lots are, based on this concept, 42 feet wide, and the yard would be in the wider portion of it would be 15 feet wide, so it would be, for outdoor dining, lounging, barbecue, pets, but not really for play. Not these yards wouldn't service that. But the project down the street, you have a deck and you don't have a yard, so they would not. We are not planning a pocket park in this project.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay. Perhaps it could be further discussion in the future. We don't know.
Of course.
I did also have a curiosity regarding parking. I mean, I realize these are single-family homes. I'm assuming it's a two-car garage, but is there going to be visitor parking or?
There would be visitor parking, and then we also deed restrict all of our, when we write CC&Rs, because these would be private streets, we have a requirement that people park in their garages, and we always stay on our homeowner boards, for the first several years, so that we can make the transition. And one of the things we make sure of is that people are parking in their garages and using their garages for cars and not stuff. And we sit on the board with the other board members and make sure that happens. And at the point of sale, we require our buyers to sign an acknowledgement that they plan to, and it requires them to park in their garages, usually a chartreuse or a big, long pink piece of paper so they can't miss it, that, hey, you really are supposed to park in your garage. And it has worked out really well for us.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Jorgens.
Yeah, just a couple questions for you while you're up here. Looking at the project site here, it looks like the driveways are open onto Timber Road. I think, especially if Timber Road, or on the, I guess, eastern end of that, if that light industrial area does get developed, I would worry about approving a project that has, is walled on all four sides. I think that makes it hard for the people who live there to feel like they're a part of the community. So I think as it is right now, where it is open onto timber. Right now it wouldn't make sense to open it up to Cedar or Central. So I think keeping it open up to timber, where it is, this potential new community can feel like it's a part of the broader community. I think that is important.
Okay.
I'm so happy to see that. Just a question about the offsite. You mentioned you've done that in other municipalities. I do worry about that becoming a speed bump a little bit for the project. So talk about your experience a little bit in those other communities where you've accomplished this. Was it the speed that you thought it was going to be?
Talking about timing of entitlement?
Talking about the timing of getting the offsite deed restricted homes, deed restricted.
No,
Purchase, converted,
it's
deed
pretty
restricted.
straightforward. That's not a complicated process, and we did that in Fremont. Oh my gosh, probably back in 2012 or so, and we bought several homes, and it turned out to be a terrific process. We worked with the housing department at the city, and the city typically controls all that, but it was pretty straightforward. We would buy the homes, and the city, like you would typically do, finds the customers.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you have experience in doing that. With our inclusionary housing ordinance, it is something that we do want to see within the community, but there are exceptions to that. So if that's a route that we choose to go as a council, I'm glad that is something you have experience with and that has been successful in the past.
All right, thank you.
And then just a question for staff on that, the off-site portion. Obviously, there would be a Newark requirement. Would we be able to put some kind of mileage requirement on? It has to be a certain distance from the project site. I would not want to say, do this a couple times and then all of our off-site units end up in one neighborhood. So would we be able to put in place something to say, like, it needs to be within a certain distance of the project? So I think we can be very generous with that. I was just curious about that.
Yes, we don't have standards like that currently. It's interesting to think about having the offsite affordable component within a certain proximity of the project site. I think one of the things that we would look at is the opportunity to get as many affordable units as possible, and perhaps that's more bang for your buck, perhaps in other areas of the city. So wouldn't want to necessarily limit it artificially if we can get more units.
And that would be my primary goal too. Yeah. It would just be, I wouldn't want to, the next time a project comes before us, and then we make that same calculation of, well, we can get a little bit more bang for our buck in this neighborhood by doing this. Then we do it a third time, then we do it a fourth time. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden, we've kind of, we've worked against ourselves, the spirit of our inclusionary ordinance. And we have these, market rate developments, and then we have the affordable, what is essentially an affordable development. And that's, maybe a bridge we figure out how to cross once we get to the third or fourth project. Mm-hmm. But it's just something that I'd be curious in seeing.
No, it's a very, that's a very interesting way to approach that. I think staff can certainly look into that for sure.
And then my last comment here is, so I was glad to see sidewalks. The other side of Cedar Boulevard does have sidewalks. I'm glad to see that that's going to continue through to Timber Road. I would also, if possible, I don't know the dimensions of the road, would like to see us continue the bike lane that is on the other side of Central Avenue as well on Cedar. Continue that bike lane up through Timber, and see maybe spot by spot if we can connect it in with the bicycle infrastructure further down on Cedar.
Councilmember Gundahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make one point in light of Councilmember Contancio's comment about a tot lot. In the Glass Bay project, there's actually, they actually turned that, was able to turn most of that bioretention area into an underground system, and then pumped it on. So they were able to substantially increase the amount of area available for a tot lot. So back of envelope, that may be something here where you could create a tot lot. And so if you, So staff should just sort of take a look at what was done there as a way of making that park more usable and, you know, a relatively small lawn area that was bioretention. So just wanted to, because I just wanted to bring that forward. Hadn't thought of that until I heard Councilmember Contencio's question. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Before I make my comments, Mr. Robson, I want to make sure I thank you for the outstanding projects that you have brought to the city of Newark. When I look at the different projects around our community and I look at the quality of housing that's been provided, you certainly are at the top of that threshold in terms of not just providing housing, but really quality housing. So I want to make sure you are thanked for that. I appreciate your efforts throughout our community. I'll be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of the alternative method for providing affordable housing. I don't want to see a hodgepodge of this housing throughout the community. I would much prefer that the housing impact fee be paid to the city, which then gives us, Mr. Benoon, an opportunity to cobble those monies together to really look at an affordable project that makes sense in our community rather than simply buy homes throughout the community and convert those into affordable units. I would prefer and ask the applicant to consider paying the housing impact fee instead of the alternative that's been suggested. That would be one of my suggestions moving forward. Did I hear you, Mr. Robeson, indicate that the housing that's facing onto Central, those would be back facing to Central Avenue?
Yes.
That's contrary to your development down the street, isn't it? Down the street, do they face Central?
They face Cedar, yes.
Or Cedar, I mean.
But those are that's an alley loaded product where the front door is opposite the garage side. And these would be, the front door and the garage would be on the same side, and it'd create an opportunity for a backyard, which the other product doesn't have. And they, let me bring this up really quick. You know, this is in scale similar, and this, for example, is an example of an alley-loaded product where the front door is on one side and the garage is on the other, but this home does not have a backyard. And so by doing what we're doing, we're able to get a backyard because you can't back out to Cedar because it's just, or Central, because those streets are just too busy.
Thank you. The number of units that are being proposed, and I'm not sure if this is a city staff question or not, you know, there's such a critical need for housing in the Bay Area. Can I get staff's thoughts on increasing the density that would allow for more units to be built on this property? Have you given that some thought?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the question. As Mark Robson knows, staff is looking for greater opportunities for housing for a wide variety of households at a wide variety of income units. Staff is currently looking into investigating our missing middle housing type, particularly to provide housing types that are perhaps on the smaller end of size, which could therefore be more affordable to a larger variety of homeowners and households. As you might recall, the City Council approved a program for a first-time home buyer program where we're setting aside monies for households to assist with that down payment assistance. One of the challenges is that we don't have a lot of homes that are affordable where the down payment isn't so large that they can afford that, or even that our down payment assistance would make a dent in that. If you have a more affordable or a lower cost market rate home, the dollars that are spent through the first-time homebuyer program can make a lot of sense. So I think overall, the city needs to have a mix of housing, and the missing middle housing type is something that we are trying to promote. We would like to see more density on the site if we can. We think that provides some benefits for more households within the community.
Great. Mayor. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just on that, I think as we look, at least from my perspective, when we're looking at trying to find, variety of housing types, I think that more dense unit that we're seeing, we're gonna run into challenges finding good spaces for it, and backing up to two major streets within Newark is going to be a good spot for this. We're not going to have to worry about it, towering, if it's a little bit taller over somebody's existing backyard. I think with some of those more, Newark's more traditional housing options, your duplexes, your quadplexes, I think we can find opportunities for that in time in kind of infill spaces, kind of within our existing lower density residential. Whereas I would say that this isn't, from a location perspective, an opportunity that I think we might regret if we didn't go a little bit denser, because I think it's going to be hard for us elsewhere.
Other comments? Councilmember Grindal?
Yes. First of all, I want to indicate I agree with the mayor that aiming towards an inclusionary fee, with the caveat that the fee is properly updated, because as it is now, it's ridiculously low in comparison to what it actually costs to develop housing. So with that caveat, I agree with the mayor. There may be a better fit here. In addition, in terms of adding more density and affordability, if they were incorporated into these projects in lieu, in-law units, what we call them, ADUs now. If they incorporated ADUs into these projects, not only does that relieve some of the financial cost for the home buyer, who now can rent out the space and help with their mortgage, but it adds another unit and another type of sort of missing middle. So I would hope that at least would be investigated as a part of this process.
I think that's a good comment as well. I'm sorry, Mr. Turner, I think staff mentioned, what's the lot size for these homes?
Approximately 3,000 square feet.
Okay, so I do agree with Councilmember Grindal as well, that if there's an opportunity, if we're not going to increase the density for any reason, which I support, I agree we should have more of a mixture of housing at this location. And we certainly look to Mr. Robeson, who's been very creative when it comes to housing throughout our community, to see if there's more of a mix that would meet our needs in terms of creating affordability for our residents. That would be great. But secondarily to that, look at each one of these parcels and see if there's an opportunity to establish an ADU on each one of these parcels, which then in and of itself brings affordability to the project. Any other last comments? Yes, Councilmember Cattancio.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was just thinking, as you were speaking, regarding possibility of perhaps junior ADUs. I think those are attached in the home, but allows an additional resident to be able to access things like a small kitchenette or something like that. So that could be a possibility. So we could have mixed use there within the home structure.
And Mr. Turner, I would imagine, or Mr. Benoon, that would help us meet our RENA numbers for this current cycle. The more affordable or the more units we build in our city, the more likely we're going to meet our RENA numbers that are mandated, by the way, by the state.
That is correct. And we were able to count a portion of ADUs as part of that calculation as well.
Great. And so thank you, Ms. Lopez, for the report. I hope that the directions and the comments have been helpful. Councilmember Grindal?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify that I when I was talking about ADUs, I was talking about junior ADUs. I should have been more clear. So Councilmember Contancio's point made that clearer. I think that's what we're talking about, is an in-unit, in-building ADU. Thank you.
But I'm willing to give staff the opportunity to be flexible in that regard, because I think the lot sizes are large enough that you can put a 400 square foot ADU in the backyard as well. So I give, again, this is simply comments to staff to provide to the developer. So we give latitude in that regard.
Great, thank you. Mayor, I do have a answer for Councilmember Grindal's question about the sites between Cedar and Timber. Those sites are housing element opportunity sites, and they are zoned a medium density residential.
Oh, good.
Great, quick work. Thank you.
This is not an action item by the staff, by the council. So thank you, Mr. Robeson, for being here tonight. Ms. Lopez, thank you for the presentation. Mr. Robeson, whatever product you bring forward, I think it'll be outstanding. So thank you. The next item, ladies and gentlemen, is another study session to receive information and provide feedback on a development concept proposal for 8,000 and 8,100 Jarvis Avenue. Mr. Benoon?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. As the mayor indicated, this is another work session to solicit feedback from the council on whether modifying the zoning and general plan designation to accommodate residential housing would be beneficial to our community. In this agenda item, we have a concept proposal to redevelop a 6-acre site into a housing development containing 74 for-sale units and 85 affordable rental units. Similar to the previous item, no application has been received by the city. Should the developer wish to turn this concept into a project, it would go through the typical entitlement process, which again includes community meetings, environmental review, and appropriate studies would have to be performed. This would take approximately 18 to 24 months. A friendly reminder, again, that we do have some due process considerations at play. The council should not make any definitive statements regarding the proposal itself or state whether the council would support or not support the proposal. Instead, staff will solicit feedback from the council regarding the concepts presented and work with the applicant on their proposal should they wish to proceed with a formal entitlement application. With that in mind, I'll pass it over again to Senior Planner, Ms. Carmelissa Lopez. Ms. Lopez?
Thank you, City Manager Benoon. I hope that the council appreciated the discussion in the last study session. I hope to have the same breadth of discussion in the next. So for this study session, the same format, but it is a different proposal. The applicant is Jason Lobb with Lobb Ventures LLC. The applicant is proposing a 159-unit residential development located at 8,000 and 8,100 Jarvis Avenue, which is near the intersection of Jarvis Avenue and Gateway Boulevard. The proposal would include 74 townhomes and an 85-unit affordable apartment building. The property is designated as special industrial in the general plan and zoned business technology park. Some may be familiar with the site, of course. The site is developed with 2 commercial buildings. From what the applicant has informed staff, there appears to be some vacancy issues. The buildings are adjacent to the Aloft by Marriott Hotel, the Pacific Research Center campus, as well as a residential neighborhood. The proposed density of the townhome development, so what staff typically does is we separate the densities when evaluating the project. So for the townhouse development, that would be approximately 17 units per acre, which would be generally consistent with the medium density residential land use designation. And as for the apartment building, that would be approximately 96 units per acre, which is consistent with the residential high density designation. I did note in the staff report that that density is higher than what is allowed in the residential high density zoning district. So some form of density bonus or similar incentive would be required for that proposed density. And because these residential uses are not currently permitted on this site, the general plan, a general plan amendment and rezoning would be required. Additionally, similar to the other project, both a design review and a tentative track map would likely be required as well. As for the affordable housing component, the project would fulfill the city's inclusionary housing requirement with the proposal of the on-site affordable apartment units. So that concludes this portion of the presentation. So I'll now turn it over to the applicant, Jason Lobb. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Hannon, council members, staff. First, like to thank staff for all of the hard work getting us to this point this evening. We're excited to be here to share our thoughts on our proposal. Okay. So as staff mentioned, we're here to talk about 8,000 and 8,100 Jarvis Ave at the corner of Jarvis Ave and Quixote Drive. On the western edge of the city. My name again is Jason Lobb with Lobb Ventures. I've been developing and delivering housing to the Bay Area and throughout California for over 2 decades. I'm here as in an advisory capacity this evening to the ownership of the property, who is Buchanan Street Partners. And here this evening with me is Mark Otto of Buchanan Street Partners, who can answer any questions you may have about property ownership type issues. And also with us this evening is Jessica Music of KTGY, the architect that has been working with us to develop the initial concept. Jessica will be presenting a little bit about the design this evening, and then, of course, here to answer any questions you may have. So why are we here this evening? As staff mentioned, the property has been struggling with vacancies at the site. Ever since COVID, the office market in the greater Bay Area, California and beyond, has really struggled to attract tenants. So you can see here, 8000 Jarvis Avenue is at 38% occupied. That's a traditional office building, and that occupancy rate has been on the decline. A few years back, Buchanan Street, seeing the challenges with the office market, made a significant capital investment on the 8100 Jarvis Avenue property to convert it to a life sciences use. They injected significant capital, tried to attract a life science tenant, and despite all those efforts, haven't been successful. The greater Bay Area has struggled with life sciences with that use in the past several years. We've gone from sub 5% vacancy to over 25% in the past 2 years. So it's been really tough. So we're here this evening to talk about 2 commercial buildings with near zero occupancy, produces no housing, very little jobs, and a declining tax base, and what we can do with that site. So what we are proposing for the site are 159 housing units, as staff mentioned. 74 of those would be market rate for sale townhomes. Those townhome units, Mr. Turner mentioned the missing middle earlier. We agree, and these townhome units kind of fill that gap between a single family home that requires a large down payment and hefty mortgage payments with interest rates higher than they have been, and rental housing, right? So that's kind of a missing middle product type. And then the other housing that we're proposing is our 85 affordable units. And the affordability levels we haven't honed in on yet. We would talk with the affordable housing developers and work with staff, but I think we could probably address a few of the different affordability buckets. At this time, I'm going to invite Jessica to talk a little bit about the design.
Good evening, council members and mayor and vice mayor. My name is Jessica Music, and I'm with the KTGY Group. We're architects and planners with office here in the Bay Area and also across the country. We have the unique privilege of working with a lot of the nation's top home builders, as well as a majority of my time is actually focused working with apartment developers, and some of those in the nonprofit and for-profit space. So the site plan that you're seeing on the screen is very early in the process. A couple of things that I do want to point out. Everything in the light yellow is that 3-story townhome typology that Jason described. What you're seeing are just the first floor of those units, and so they are all 2-car parking townhomes. There's some space at the ground floor for bedroom or home office. There's an entryway and space for bathroom. Most of the living space for those units will be up on the 2nd floor, and then with bedrooms at the 3rd level. Again, each of those has a 2-car garage, and then there's also some surface parking for guests, provided at about 0.5 spaces per unit. The layout of those townhomes is really trying to do a couple of things. We're trying to front existing streets, so Quixote and Jarvis. Across Quixote is an existing single-family development, and so it's a bit of a kind of transition of scale. And then internal to the project, you'll see different internal drives called Entry Drive, Lane C. We are trying to put front doors on those areas as well. The orange and gray footprint that you see fronting onto Jarvis is actually the affordable housing project that Jason described. So this is the 85 future apartment buildings. Parking for those units will be at the ground floor in a structured parking garage. And then fronting Jarvis will be basically the amenities and a leasing office for that building. We are utilizing 2 existing curb cuts on the project, and so there is an existing curb cut on Quixote that will really primarily serve the townhomes. And then we are going to be leveraging the shared access drive just to the, I'll call it the west of the apartment building. It's the top of the page. And then you'll be able to come into the parking garage for that building in that location. Most of the townhome units will have private open space associated with them in the form of decks or patios, and then the apartment buildings will have a shared courtyard that will occur at level 2 of that project. I'm going to try and advance this slide. So this is just some conceptual imagery. It's not meant to represent really the architecture, but it's more meant to represent the scale and the building heights that we're proposing. So the image in the upper left top is actually an affordable housing project that our firm did in the city of Alameda. Project is called the Starling. It is with Eden Housing, and that is an example of the scale of affordable project that we would be providing. So that project is actually at 4 stories. What we are proposing is 5, but very similar with how it would work, with a front door, again, facing Jarvis, and then residential units above. The 3-story images that you're seeing on the remainder of this slide are examples of townhome projects that our firm has designed in and around the Bay Area. A lot of those examples are actually in the city of Fremont, so a neighboring city. And some things to point out, just how the individual units are expressed, a combination of both flat and pitched roofs. These slides start to give a little bit of a sense of scale of the space between buildings and some of the functions that we can plan for and activities we can plan for within the landscape and throughout the community. With that, let me go ahead and hand it back to Jason.
Thank you, Jessica. Wanted to run through a few of the community benefits that we see for this project. First is a fiscal benefit, adding 159 occupied residential units to the property tax base. With the vacancies of the current office buildings, we see that tax base dropping down, and we don't know when that may come back. Another community benefit, housing production. Obviously, we have a statewide and some may argue countrywide housing shortage. So delivering 159 new units, 85 deed restricted affordable units, we see as a community benefit. RENA compliance, I think, supporting the city's RENA needs and reducing exposure for noncompliance with the state, mitigating blight risk. At the risk of sounding a little bit dramatic, this property is distressed at this point, and so that's why we're here and looking at a different path and then breathing new life into this property. Design quality, KTGY is an award-winning firm. They do fantastic design. So we see that as them being able to bring a real community asset, especially to the neighbors across Quixote. And then a collaborative process. Mark and I, Jessica, we're all looking forward to being very collaborative, not only with you and staff, but also the community at large. So again, just to wrap up, we're proposing a very significant affordable percentage here. 53.5% of the total units are proposed as affordable units, 159 total units. I put the RENA numbers up on this slide. Right. So, sorry to remind you. I hope those are right. Staff can correct me if they're not right. But we think this project can make a significant dent in those numbers, and we would be really thrilled to bring this to the community. So we thank you for the opportunity this evening and are very much looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Comments, thoughts? Vice Mayor Jorgens.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see a rental housing component here. I think that's a type of housing that we don't have enough of here in the city of Newark. So I think with a project where we're looking at this kind of density and scale, it would be tough for me to support it without a rental housing component. So happy to see it here. I do wonder if you can go back to the site map, if the rental housing component might feel a little more integrated with the community, if it was kind of on the, I guess, left-hand corner where the parking lot was kind of in the back rather than it's, on one side you've got a major street, on the other side you've got a big parking lot. Well, it's got the same community streets, which is really good. I wonder if it was kind of on the other end and the parking lot was kind of in its own back corner, if that housing might feel a little bit more kind of included in that neighborhood.
Other comments?
So this is really prime R&D space in terms of the location. I understand you have vacancies now, but I'm concerned about, so if we don't put jobs here, where do we put them? So I'm a little, I have some concern. I wouldn't, again, we're not making decisions here, but in general, I'm concerned about losing what could be prime space. And frankly, if I believe another hotel would be allowed in this existing zoning district too, which would be a great fit for what we hope to do in our community. But barring that, I am concerned that it is kind of tight, and I don't see any real green space. And particularly with the large apartment units, you really have to have a dog park. Otherwise the residents turn whatever areas that exist into dog parks. So, but there needs to be a place for kids and for people with pets to experience that. Just wanted to bring that forward. Like I said, it does seem a bit tight, and I am concerned about the interaction. As Vice Mayor Jorgens indicated, the direct fronting on Jarvis does seem a little odd from an urban design perspective.
Let me just add a quick comment. I believe the architect can confirm, but it's a podium style. Right, so how it looks like a parking lot, that's essentially the ground floor. The units would actually be stacked on top of the parking. So you would have that building mass that kind of occupies that corner.
I understand, but it is the largest mass.
Correct.
in
Yes.
this, and that's so I knew what that meant. So and then I had another comment. Sorry. Yes, I remembered. So, what's the relationship between the market rate townhomes and this project? It sounds like you'd be looking for, or the housing developer would be looking for, competing for grant for tax credit financing districts and so on and so forth. So the concern is that these things become decoupled. The reason why the community, why I might support a project like this is because of the affordable housing, but not if it means we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. We have other projects we're looking for funding for. So if you can sort of talk about how those are going to be related.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, the affordable component, we would be talking to all of the affordable housing developers, and most of them do use tax credits, as you mentioned. Some also use bond financing as a mechanism, but that capital stack is difficult to achieve. But the builder for the market rate and the affordable housing developer would be two separate entities. But I totally understand, and I think I heard it on the last project too, about the timing issue. So what we often do is there's often a condition that says that the market rate won't receive occupancy until the affordable housing is developed, right, and built and brought to market as well. So we're totally open and used to doing that. It is tricky kind of threading that needle with the tax credits and the timing very often, but we have a lot of relationships with the affordable housing groups and the market rate builders, all the public builders. And oftentimes there's kind of symbiotic relationships between the builder and the affordable housing developer that work together very closely. So that's what we would be bringing to this project.
Thank you, and that's heartening to know that you wouldn't be necessarily resistant to linking the occupancy of one to the delivery of the other.
Yeah, it's a very common concern, and we totally understand. So we're open to that.
I have some uncommon concerns too. So I'm just kidding. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for the presentation. I do understand the idea of the courtyard to be occupied regarding the affordable housing units. I am, though, still concerned of having potentially 159 families because then we would have technically maybe about double that amount or so for kids. And so I'm thinking like 300 kids. We have a small courtyard in one area. I haven't seen, as I mentioned previously with a different developer, the idea yet of a pocket park or different parks or some place for these children that I'm assuming are going to be there where they're going to be able to play. And I'm worried about them playing in the street. That's not where I would love them to play. And I'm seeing that you do have different complexes, like 3 plexes there. So I would hope that maybe in a future design that we could also consider the children that are going to be part of these families and to be part of the community. I do like how we have the building that's close to Jarvis. Jarvis does have our grocery stores, and I'm assuming that they'll also have more foot traffic with affordable housing unit. I'm assuming that's perhaps why to put that unit there as opposed to the townhomes. But I'm not sure if was the logical thinking of it or not. But that's just something that I was noticing. I did have a question regarding the HOAs, the homeowners associations, because I noticed that in other locations, not necessarily Newark, but some people have mentioned that their HOAs have gone up like astronomically, and the affordability component seems to be lost as opposed to having a single family home. So I guess my question would be, is this more of a co-op style where the people would be able to also control their HOAs, or are they going to be paying it ongoingly to a company that could raise it at any time?
Yeah, good question. The HOA would be similar to the prior applicant, right? Where the builder would create the HOA and then stay on board for some time. Many of the HOAs have members, of the community that make up the board, but oftentimes a community of this size will use a third-party property management group to help them be compliant with laws and regulations and that sort of thing. So that would be my guess here, is that there would be a third-party company that would administer it, but that setting the budgets and reviewing the budgets would be driven by the HOA members and the board members.
Okay, thank you. Sure. And I think my last question would be for additional parking. I see the parking structure for that's there at the bottom unit for affordable housing. I'm not quite sure if we look at the top, if those are additional parking spaces that are being proposed or in front of the units, in addition to whatever's going to happen with the complex.
Yes, so the other parking that you see, and just to kind of touch on the pocket park and kind of a lack of greenery, you're right. This is not a landscaped plan. It's just kind of a very conceptual plan at this point. Totally agree that this is a community of size that it would probably make sense for some sort of pocket park or community amenity separate from the affordable housing building. So we can look at that as we go forward. What you're pointing out are additional parking spaces for guest parking for the townhomes. So that's, we've got two parking spots for each townhome in the garages, but those are additional guest parking spaces that you're seeing.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then just to staff quickly, I know we've done a project in the past where there was, a apartment building and then homes for sale that were a part of an HOA. If my memory serves correct, the people who were living in the below market rate apartment building would be able to take advantage of any community amenities from the HOA, but would not be paying HOA fees. Is memory serving correctly there?
Yes, thank you for the question. It depends on how it's structured, but when we are doing a community such as this, we would want to see shared amenities between the affordable and the market rate. It just doesn't make any sense to kind of wall off the.
I would want to make sure that the folks living in the apartment building are able to access whatever HOA amenities are going to exist there. And I would also want, I would also be very concerned that any HOA fees would eliminate any benefits we're gaining from having these units below market rate if the HOA fees are at such a level to do that. So I would say, as we go forward, if we go forward, and working on this project, that kind of structure to make sure that we can preserve both of those things is going to be important to me.
So as we look at the 85 affordable units, is there an income qualification for those particular units? Are we looking at low income, very low income? What kind of income level are we looking at for folks to be able to access that apartment building?
That hasn't been decided yet, so
Okay.
that's in development, but that
Okay.
would be bringing forward with the
Thank you.
formal project.
Thank you. To the developer, help me understand from a practical standpoint the cost differential between a 5-story building and a 6-story building. I'm a big advocate of on-site retail if we can afford to do that. What differentiates a 5-story from a 6-story in terms of the cost to the developer, the rate of return? Help me, because it seems like 5-story seems to be the tipping point.
Yeah, I mean, with each level you go higher, the structure gets taller, and because we're in a seismically active zone, the structural members need to get a little bit larger as the taller you get. So there is some added cost. 5 stories, there's not as much magic today as there was prior before code amendments, but we want to stay in what's called Type 5 construction. It's combustible wood frame construction. As soon as you get out of that into Type 1 construction, that's when it really starts getting more expensive. But here we're proposing 4 levels of stick frame over 1 level of Type 1, which is non-combustible. So, if we needed to go another story here, the code allows us to do so still in wood frame construction. So there's some incremental cost increase, but it's not super significant.
Great, and I certainly wouldn't be opposed to looking at more units, possibly. Again, we're looking at a housing crisis around the Bay Area. The more units, and certainly more affordable units we can provide to our community, the better we are in not only meeting our RENA numbers, but meeting kind of the aspirations of our residents who live in the community. I love the proximity near the Pacific Research Center. My hope is that a lot of the folks that are working there will either be homeowners or renters here, and their transportation is just walk across the street. That's something I would like to see have happen. I do agree with my colleagues regarding the need for some type of recreational amenity on the site, just to let you know. But I'm also have some concerns because we have a fairly established neighborhood on the other side of Quixote. And these are all single-family homes, not townhouses. I would really want to make sure you do a lot of outreach to that community to make sure that they're not, they don't have significant concerns regarding this type of housing, even though Kyoto is kind of a wide street,
Yeah.
but they don't have any
Yeah.
significant concerns about that development. I do want to thank the property owner for all the work you've done in the past. I walk my dogs down this area. See, what you don't realize, if you walk down Thornton Avenue and you take that little vacant street that goes nowhere, you walk right into this area here. And I've walked down this area many, many times, and I want to thank you. I've seen that you've put substantial amount of monies into this property to try to encourage, folks to come in and rent the properties. So I've seen that effort, and you have quality buildings there, so it's certainly not a lack on your part, so thank you for your efforts there. Any other comments or questions? Staff, any thoughts or clarification we need to provide? Thank you for coming tonight, and we certainly wish you the best of luck.
Your
I'm
Honor?
sorry, I did have one more question, I apologize. The apartments, have we made a determination, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom mixture? Have we had a conversation about that? They'll likely be a mix of 1, 2s, and 3. Thank you.
Your Honor, public comment?
Oh, I didn't think we took public comment on this item.
I believe I don't think we did. I believe
We didn't
have
on the
one
last
member
one.
of the- Yes, on the last one we did. On this one, we did not.
Okay, public comment on this item? Yes. You probably had comments on the last one, I apologize.
No, I didn't.
Okay. No, in fact, we got your comment. I apologize for overlooking you, Eric.
No, that's all right. Eric Henschke, Firestone Court. Full disclosure, I'm a resident right across the street from this. I would like you to ask staff to go back and look at some of the records about, at one time, Jarvis was a frontier of Newark. Nothing on there besides open space. And as it was developed, there were lots of restrictions put on the properties that were developed there. And I would like you to go back and revisit some of those things. Those concerns are still there. Traffic is a big one. Coyote is not designed for a lot of traffic. That little gate on the professional park that blocks traffic when we went out there was a result of the owners wanting to have no traffic coming in at 6 or at business opening and business closing. So they put a little temporary gate there that will only be accessed during an emergency. And if you're having all those townhouses dump onto Coyote, that's going to kind of go back against that condition that was put in place many years ago. But just go back and look at some of the restrictions that were put on there a long time ago and remind yourselves why they were put there. And they're bringing up an interesting development there, but the conditions haven't changed from what was put in place many years ago. It was open space converted into industrial or commercial. We still need to watch that. Just be mindful. I know you will be. Your staff is really good about that kind of stuff. Oh, yeah. Cows and horses out there. Yeah. We did. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, we're going to close the public item on that, and thank you again for coming in. We wish you the best of luck. We look forward to seeing this project down the road. Okay? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the agenda is the adopt a resolution approving the 2026-2028 biannual budget. Mr. Benoon?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. I am pleased to report that staff has prepared a final 2026 through 2028 biennial budget for council adoption this evening. The budget attached to the staff report is a culmination of several internal staff meetings, city council work sessions, and a considerable amount of work produced by our fabulous and award-winning finance team. I thank the council for your fiscal leadership, and I would like to publicly acknowledge the many staff members who spent countless hours, both during and after work hours, to prepare this document, so thank you. We have a brief presentation from Finance Director Lee that summarizes the changes that have been made to the document since the last work session last month. Ms. Lee, you have the floor.
Mayor, City Council members, I'm Kristen Lee, Finance Director. I'm also very pleased that tonight we will be presenting the final 2026-2028 biannual budget for City Council consideration and adoption. Before I begin, I want to note that staff did provide a few updated pages for this item, and these updates are administrative. They do not create any new positions. There are no changes to the fiscal recommendations and no required additional appropriations. So the final budget provides the appropriation framework for the city operations and services over the next 2 fiscal years. It aligns available resources with City Council priorities while maintaining a focus on fiscal responsibility, transparency, and long-term financial planning. Tonight, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the 2026-2028 biennial budget by resolution as presented. And following adoption, staff will finalize the budget document, publish a searchable version on the city's website. And staff also plans to provide the City Council with a demonstration of the ClearGov transparency tool in fall. The final budget reflects several months of review, discussion, and refinement. Staff presented the city's budget process, economic trends, financial updates, 5-year forecasts, and departmental priorities on March 26th. And on May 28th, staff presented the draft 2026 biennial budget for, 2026-2028 biennial budget for council feedback and public input. Tonight, staff is presenting the final biennial budget for council consideration and adoption. The final budget incorporates updated financial information, refined assumptions, and council feedback. And thank you, Mayor and the City Council members, for your questions and feedback, as well as direction. Since the May 28th work session, staff has made several updates to move the document from a draft budget to an adoption-ready budget for council consideration tonight. The transmittal language, budget highlights, and narratives were updated to reflect final budget assumptions, current projections, and appropriation amounts. The 5-year forecast was also updated to reflect current actuals, revised revenue estimates, updated fund balance projections, and refined personnel as well as non-personnel expenditure assumptions. Overall, the near-term forecast reflects stronger revenue projections across several general fund revenue sources. On this slide, staff is highlighting the operating results before transfers, and because it provides a clearer view of the general fund's underlying operation position. The before transfer measure is important because it isolates the city's core operation performance. It shows whether ongoing general fund revenues are sufficient to support ongoing general fund expenditures. Transfers and designations remain important, but they do reflect separate funding decisions such as reserve strategies, capital funding, or other planned allocations. The general fund budget updates includes refined fiscal year 2026 projected expenditures of approximately $97.5 million, and this is reflecting updated year-end estimates. The fiscal year 2026-27, the general fund is projected to have a positive operating result of approximately $1.76 million before transfers. And in fiscal year 2027-28, the operating result is projected to remain slightly positive at approximately $20,000 before transfers. This is an improvement from the May forecast, but continued monitoring remains important because operating pressure is still projected beyond the biennial budget period. Staff also refined the vacancy factor methodology. So rather than applying a uniform vacancy reduction across all departments, personnel expenditures were refined to apply vacancy assumptions to only where vacancies are budgeted or reasonably anticipated. This improves the departmental budget accuracy, and it avoids reducing budgets in departments where vacancies are not expected. The department budget tables were also updated to align with the final budget model, and City Council department budget was updated to include the proposed 7.5% compensation increase. As a result, the City Council department budget was increased to approximately $21,000 from the May version. So staff also added information on the Energy Conservation Assistant Act LED project to improve transparency around the project's financing cost and projected savings. This project will replace existing lighting with more efficient LED lighting to reduce electricity and utility costs. It is projected to generate more than $240,000 in annual energy savings compared with annual debt service of approximately $105,000, resulting in a net annual benefit of approximately $135,000. Oh, sorry. So this slide summarizes the key changes from the May draft budget to the June final version you see tonight. And because the biennial budget was prepared in ClearGov rather than a traditional Word document, there was not a standard redline format. To support transparency, staff did prepare a separate summary of budget changes attachment to the staff report, and that identifies the updates by budget section as well as with page numbers. Overall, the final updates reflect refined assumptions, improved fund balance projections, and incorporation of council feedback from May 28th. And this slide shows the updated 5-year financial forecast. For the 2-year budget period, the forecast shows near-term improvement with operating results before transfers and designations of approximately $1.76 million in fiscal year 2026-27 and $20,000 in fiscal year 2027-28. The biennial budget remains balanced, but the forecast does show operating deficits beginning in the out years. This reinforces the need to continue long-term financial planning, careful monitoring of ongoing costs, as well as ongoing revenues. This slide focuses on projected unallocated fund balance after transfers and designations. And the amounts are improved from the May forecast, but again, the out-year forecast still shows pressure on available fund balance beginning after the biennial budget period. The adopted budget will be available through ClearGov as a searchable, accessible format on the city's website. Staff will continue to implement the ClearGov transparency platform to improve public access to budget information. This platform will also include the capital improvement project tracking, allowing users to monitor capital projects, funding sources, as well as project status. The capital improvement plan and any other appropriations outside of the operating budget are being addressed through separate council actions. So following council adoption, staff will finalize the adopted budget document and publish it on the city's website. Staff will also load the adopted appropriations into the city's financial system so that the budget is ready for our new fiscal year, which starts July 1st. In summary, the final budget incorporates council feedback, reflects the most current financial assumptions available, maintains core city services, supports council priorities, and strengthens the transparency for both council as well as the public. Tonight, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution approving the 2026-2028 biennial budget. And that concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the report. Is there anybody in the audience that has questions, comments regarding the city's biennial budget? I'll come to my colleagues for questions, comments. Councilmember Grindal.
First of all, incredible work, really appreciated. I particularly love the transparency that you've built into this for the community. Just very happy with the efforts you brought forward. So thank you and your entire award-winning team. I do have a question, which I think is probably for the city manager. Since this item includes the city council pay increase that I don't support, can that be voted on separately in this situation?
Sure. The council is free to take any motion, of course, to review this item. Possible motions would be to include the budget as presented minus the budgetary authority for the pay increases, the approximate, was it $20,000?
$21,000.
$21,000. That could certainly be a motion. I'd also point out, though, that the council, in order for the pay increase to take effect, the council would have to take action at a future council meeting, and we would schedule that for September. So at that September council meeting, there would be the necessary ordinance change to reflect the pay increases for council members to take effect the following January. So that would be a separate action item that we would bring before the council.
Right, but it wouldn't take effect until January in any case.
Correct, that's correct. Pursuant to state law, that's correct.
So refresh my memory. Thank you for your question, Mr. Grindal. Councilman Grindal, I think Councilman Grindal has already weighed in on his opposition to the council increase. In fact, if I recall correctly, and I'll certainly look to staff to correct me if I'm wrong, I think he voted no on the council increase previously. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, his viewpoint is well known on that point. Clarification on that?
We'd have to go back and take a look at the minutes to see what was captured. That's my recollection. There was some discussion, of course.
Yeah, I would just, I don't want to vote for a budget that includes the pay increase. So that's my sense.
So we have two options, I would imagine, Mr. Manoon, correct me if I'm wrong. We can vote on this, and Councilman Grindal can vote no on the budget because it includes the council increase, or if I understand correctly, we can pull that item out separately, vote on the budget, and then have a separate vote on the council increase? Is that what I'm hearing?
Let me ask Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, would it be permissible, or would it be editorially possible? I guess it would be editorially possible for the council to go ahead and make a motion to approve the budget as presented with the excise of the additional $20,000, $21,000 for council increased salary. And then we would go ahead and take that vote. Should the council decide to take that action tonight, we would go ahead and amend the budget accordingly, and that would be the final version that would be posted on the website. That's correct, Ms. Lee, correct?
That is correct, with the caveat, are we voting for that in September, or are we voting for that separately tonight?
Well, this would be something that, should the council decide to take action, that particular action, we would editorially amend the document and then post that document online, if that's the council's direction this evening.
I generally don't think it's a good idea for us to vote on the budget line item by line item. I think that would put the council in a role that we're not really best suited for. So I'd be looking for a motion to accept the budget as staff recommended.
And unless there's further comments, Councilman Contancio, I'm going to second that motion.
I don't have further comments regarding that specifically. I also do agree that we don't want to get into the slippery slope of line iteming each of the budgetary items. I do want to say thank you for the presentation and also for your ability to provide additional documentation for transparency, and I am ready to vote.
And I will also, Ms. Lee, if you go back to slide, I think it was slide 10. And what I'm seeing here is that we're actually ending the year with a surplus
That is correct, Mayor.
of $1.76 million. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct.
Before the transfers.
Yes.
But that's actually an increase of where you had anticipated we would be previously.
That is. It is an improvement from our previous, our May version of the forecast.
As I said to Mr. Benoon, to your folks working on the CIP project, I recognize, as Mr. Grindal and others do, having worked in government, how difficult the task is to bring a budget forward to any council. And when I'm hearing my colleagues around the Bay Area and the Alameda County talk about the struggles that they're going to be dealing with as a result of deficits, significant deficits, year in and year out, our finance department continues to come back with awards demonstrating fiscal scrutiny when it comes to how we allocate our revenues and how we expend our funds. And I think that's why we are entrusted by our residents year after year, because we've demonstrated that fiscal responsibility. So to the finance team, outstanding work, as always.
Thank you, Mayor.
My goal in 2930 is to see those little reds turn into other colors. So, other comments, Councilmember Grandal?
Just, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support this motion, not because of any commentary on the work that's done, just that I have I'm opposition to voting for a pay increase for the city council. Thank you.
And as we prepare the minutes for this, I want to make sure that we're clear that Councilmember Grandal was voting in favor of the budget. His only concern and apprehension was voting in support of the pay increases for the council. I want to make sure we separate that so that at the end of the day, our residents know that Councilmember Grandal supported the budget.
I think, just to clarify, I do support the budget.
Right.
But I'm not voting for it.
No, I get that.
Yeah, no, go, just.
I get that. You're going to vote no, I get that. But I want to make sure that folks know that you supported the budget, and the only reason you're voting no is because of the council compensation.
That's what I was hoping to make clear, so thank you, sir.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's reflected in the minutes.
Yep.
Other questions or comments? We have a motion from Vice Mayor Jorgens, a second by the mayor. Please vote. It was me. And that passes with 3 ayes, Councilmember Grindal voting no, and Eve Marie Little, Councilmember absent. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. See, because budget's not just a see you in 2 years. It's back to the drawing board tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes, absolutely. Tomorrow morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 5-minute break before we get into the business tax license. So it is 10:06. We're going to reconvene at 10:15. potential placement of a proposed ballot measure updating the business tax license and receiving an overview of business stakeholder engagement and feedback regarding proposed ballot measure. Mr. Benoon?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. This is a presentation from city staff to discuss a potential simplification and modernization of the city's existing business license tax. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we have two staff members who are here who are more than competent to answer any questions that the council may have. That includes our Finance Director, Ms. Kristen Lee, as well as our Deputy Finance Director, Ms. Gloria Del Rosario. I also note that Mr. Eric Myers of HDL, which is the city's tax consultant, he's available online should we get into technical questions. Next slide. Let's see how well I can, there we go. Here is an overview of the, I can go ahead and do it, it's no big deal. Here is an overview of the agenda for our presentation this evening. First, we will provide some background as to how we got here. Secondly, we will go over the current, the existing business license tax structure. Third, we'll go over the proposed revenue structure options. Fourth, we will discuss estimated business impacts. Fifth, we have a brief slide, one slide that discusses, compares the proposed ordinance with neighboring and peer jurisdictions. Sixth, we will give an overview of our business and community stakeholder outreach efforts. And to round out the presentation, we will go over next steps. Ultimately, staff's recommendation is for the council to receive the presentation and provide feedback to us and direct us as to whether or not we should proceed with the necessary resolution and related documents to place a measure before Newark voters this November that would give the opportunity for voters to decide whether or not to modernize and simplify the city's business license tax. And that discussion should, of course, occur at the conclusion of tonight's presentation. To provide some background as to how we got here, if the council may recall, on April 9th of this year, the city's tax consultant, HDL, Mr. Eric Myers, presented the council with an overview of the existing tax structure, as well as offering some options to modernize and simplify that tax structure. If the council may recall, we had some discussion about modifying the various categories and mechanisms in which we tax business activities occurring in the city to a variable gross receipts model. Following that, the city retained Godby Research, an independent public opinion polling company, to conduct such a survey for our Newark voters to assess whether or not there's voter feasibility for this proposed measure. The results of that survey were presented to the council at the city council meeting on May 28th. Mr. Godby provided data and information to indicate that there was support amongst Newark voters for such a measure. The gold dot there in the middle represents today. This is the presentation from staff that refines the proposed tax measure that staff is recommending, as well as provide an overview of the business impacts, and that will be done later in the portion of this presentation by our Deputy Economic Development Director, Ms. Angela Sway. Should the council desire to place this item for Newark voters to consider this November, we would come back with the necessary formal actions at a council meeting in July, and then the voters would, of course, consider this item on November 3rd. The existing structure, just want to provide an overview of what that looks like, as well as summarize the limitations. Some of these limitations were discussed at the April 10th City Council meeting, so I won't go into too much detail here this evening. But if the council may recall, the existing BLT was initially adopted in 1970. It has received some limited structural updates since then, but for the most part, it's been largely untouched. If the council may recall, we have approximately 3,100 approximate businesses who have filed for a business license tax, a business license here in Newark. Collectively, those businesses report $5 billion in gross receipts, and currently those businesses collectively remit the sum of $1.5 million to the city of Newark on an annual basis. The existing structure contains 30 legacy classifications subcategories, we believe it's around 10 or 11 or 12, something like that, main categories, and the remaining balance are all those subcategories. As I will show in a moment, there are some significant limitations with respect to that ordinance. First is that the annual revenue has remained relatively flat. The next slide will highlight that. Secondly, there's multiple calculation methods that creates administrative complexity, which we will cover in subsequent slides. The third and fourth point, legacy classifications do not consistently align with modern business models or economic activity, and the current structure does not consistently align with business scale or activity. I just wanted to pause here for a moment and talk about the latter two. If the council may recall, back at that April 10th City Council meeting, Mr. Myers provided information to the council that certainly spoke to this. In his report, he indicated that currently the top 100 businesses generating 75%, the top 100 businesses here in Newark generate 75% of gross receipts, yet they contribute 47% of business license tax, and that speaks to the inequity in proportionality. Additionally, Mr. Myers indicated in the report, if the council may recall, that the proposed models that we looked at the time changed the rate structure so that businesses with larger gross receipts contribute greater share of total business license tax revenue, while small businesses contribute a smaller share. And this would shift the distribution of tax responsibility within the business community and align contributions more closely with the scale of business activity while maintaining the city's overall revenue objectives. As you can see from this, oops, I accidentally turned this off. As you can see from this chart, the revenue that the city has received from business license tax has remained relatively flat the past 6 or 7 years. It's listed right there. It has remained between 1.3 million and 1.5 million annually. For fiscal year 2026, as you can see there, it's estimated to generate $1.49 million in revenue for the city. I need not point out that the existing structure, while it has its limitations in terms of being flatlined over these years, the city continues to see increase in expenditures. I also, as the council of course is aware, typical revenue streams such as property tax, sales tax, UUT, those increase year over year. The current structure, just wanted to give a brief overview of what that looks like. On the left are the rate types. Those are the classifications I indicated earlier. There's 10 or so categories and then about 20 or so subcategories. We listed the number of businesses for each category, and as well as the tax model for each category. As you can see, some categories are based on gross receipts, and other categories use payroll, vehicle-based fees, project valuation, or other methods. And again, as I indicated earlier, this is administratively complex. And we have the question of why modernize the existing ordinance. As indicated on the screen, the recommended approach would simplify the current structure by consolidating classifications, improve consistency across business types, better align the structure with today's business environment, provide a higher threshold for smaller businesses, and support long-term general fund stability. In reviewing the situation and making a determination as to what type of tax structure staff recommends, we did take a look at 3 options. We will go over each one briefly. The first one is what we have called the high revenue option. The second one is the option that is being recommended by city staff, and the third option is revenue neutral. The first option is essentially the starting point when HDL does their analysis in terms of what our potential tax ordinance updates look like on business license tax. That's essentially, it's what big cities take a look at that they have in place. The last city, I believe, that has a model that's similar to option 1 is the city of Sausalito. Option 2 is the balanced approach that takes into account all the trade-offs, including simplification, the impacts to our business community, balancing that with general fund impact and the need for long-term fiscal stability for the city. Option 3 is essentially staff. We took a look at the existing revenue we receive right now and tried to simplify it and streamline it into those categories, and that would not result in any additional revenue to the city. Actually, it would result in a slight increase of additional revenue to the city. I'm going to talk about each one in turn. The high revenue option, we have labeled it as option 1. And again, it simplifies the existing tax structure so that business activity is categorized into 7 categories plus the exempt. This is not being recommended by city staff. It would generate $7.5 million in additional revenue to the city. This option would generate more revenue but has a lower small business threshold. So instead of $100,000 in gross receipts for the $25 base flat rate, it would be up to businesses reporting gross receipts of $25,000. The table there on the right, that is all the various tax rates for the business activities there on the left. Another alternative that we evaluated is what we are calling option 3, the revenue neutral option. Again, we took the existing businesses here in the city of Newark, categorized them into those 7 classifications there on the left. We applied the base rate of $25 up to gross receipts of $100,000, and those are the tax rates there on the right. This would increase revenue by approximately $29,000. It's as close as we could get in terms of calculating and coming up with some sort of scheme, some sort of tax structure without increasing significant revenue to the city. And that's how we got to the $29,000 increase. This slide captures what is the recommended ordinance for council's consideration this evening. This is what we call option 2. As you can see, the classifications are there on the left. The recommended tax rates are there on the right. This would keep the base rate of $25 as a flat annual rate for businesses with up to $100,000 in annual gross receipts. The recommended structure makes several key changes. First, it consolidates business classifications into 7 categories, as I indicated earlier. Secondly, it moves business classifications to a gross receipts-based structure. Third, it applies rates based on business category and economic activity. 4, it also increases the small business flat rate threshold from $25,000 to $100,000 and provides a $25 annual base rate for businesses with $100,000 or less in gross receipts. I want to take a moment and talk about businesses that report revenue, gross receipts of $100,000 or less. This slide is intended to capture the impact of the amended ordinance on those businesses. So currently we have, out of the 3,100 or so business licenses issued here in the city of Newark, half of those are businesses reporting $100,000 or less in gross receipts. Collectively, they remit to the city of Newark $90,000 out of the $1.4 million that the city currently receives. $90,000 comes from one half of the businesses. Under the proposed ordinance that staff is recommending, under option 2, that would be reduced to $39,000. This table compares the current structure with the 3 options that were evaluated. The current structure, as you can see, generates $1.47 million annually. Option 1 would generate a total of approximately $9 million with about $7.5 million in additional annual revenue. Option 2 is the staff recommended structure. That would generate approximately $6.85 million in total, which would be about $5.4 million in additional annual revenue. Option 3 is the revenue neutral option, and that would generate approximately $29,000 in additional annual revenue. Wanted to capture the percentage of business activity as it relates to the total amount of business license tax revenue that the city currently receives. That's the pie chart there on the left. And then on the right, we have that if should option 2 be approved by the Newark City Council and approved, of course, by Newark voters, that is what would look like best based off the information known to us as of this day. So under the current structure, revenue is more heavily concentrated in general retail. That's right there on the bottom right, reflecting 27% of our business license tax. The service industry is in the top left, 19%. Contractor, top right at 18%. And professional, bottom left at 14%. Under option 2, the estimated share of total revenue shifts based off the updated rate structure and business categories. So you see professional increasing, distribution and logistics, which is essentially warehousing, that increasing, service industry increasing as well, and general retail shrinking from 27% to 8%. We took a moment to put these numbers in a table so you can see in a different format. We did maintain the business count there as the second column. The percentage of their relative share of business license tax, the current share is the next line, or next column, excuse me. And to the right of that, we have option 2, which again is the recommended ordinance from city staff. Again, as you can see, the contractor classification, that business activity would reflect 10% instead of 19% under the new ordinance as it relates to the existing ordinance. And the rest of the changes are listed right there. Noteworthy that general retail, instead of reflecting 27% of existing BLT, that would drop down to 8% of the BLT under the proposed ordinance. We did take a moment to calculate some illustrative examples. These are not any businesses in particular. We wanted to come up with hypothetical scenarios so that we can give a sense to the council and to the public how business activities would be taxed under the new structure as opposed to the old structure. So I'm just going to go line by line. Outside subcontractors. So if you're a subcontractor here in the city of Newark working for a contractor and report gross receipts of $12,000, the existing payment to the city is $96. That would be reduced to $25. Home-based retail receipts of $25,000 instead of paying $39 would be reduced to $25. Small professional firms, so this would be, for example, a one-person law firm or one-person tax preparation office, gross receipts of $100,000, currently pay $130. That would be reduced to $25. Shoe store, we just picked a general retail type of business and we landed on shoe store. If they have gross receipts of $200,000, the existing payment to the city is $137. That would be reduced to $68. A salon reporting gross receipts of $450,000 currently pays $300. That would be increased to $725. A professional firm with higher gross receipts than the one that was indicated earlier, this would be, for example, a law firm with multiple attorneys or a tax preparation service with 5 employees, something to that effect. If they have gross receipts of approximately $500,000, the existing fee is $650. Under the proposed ordinance, it would be $1,025. Restaurants, if a restaurant has $625,000 in gross receipts, they currently pay $431. They would see a reduction to $251. Apartment complexes, if an apartment complex has gross receipts of $2.5 million, they currently pay $1,186. That would be increased to $5,425. Product manufacturing business. So if there's a business in town that generates $15 million in gross receipts, for example, sheet metal, something to that effect, they currently pay $5,311. That would be increased to $6,730. Large service businesses. So this would be, for example, an auto repair shop, janitorial service. If they have gross receipts of $30 million, they currently remit to the city $5,311. That'd be increased to $59,825. Large-scale distribution and logistics, these would be warehouses essentially. If they have gross receipts of $40 million, instead of paying $2,800, it'd be $119,725. The changes in the tax rates and the amounts indicated here, they were modified to reflect that some of these business activities are already contributing to city's general fund revenue, in the form of other payments such as sales tax. We took a moment to compare the existing tax structure as well as the proposed and recommended tax structure to neighboring and peer jurisdictions. We took those exact same categories of businesses and those exact examples and illustrative hypotheticals, placed them there on the left, listed again the gross receipts, the current rate, the new rate, and then we also looked at other jurisdictions, Fremont, San Leandro, Union City, Hayward. The Hayward City Council has placed a business license tax measure for Hayward voters' consideration this fall. Should that be enacted by Hayward voters, those rates are referenced there at the most right column. My understanding is that the City of San Leandro is also considering an update and simplification to their business license tax measure. The council has not taken any action on it at this time. And so as a result, we did not create a column with their proposed BLT update. I'm going to leave that on the screen for a moment so the council can take it in. And also get a sip of water. Fiscal impact and use of reserves. As I indicated earlier, the city currently receives approximately $1.5 million annually. The additional revenue would support general fund services and infrastructure. This would be a general fund revenue source, so it could be used for any legitimate government purpose. That would include streets, pothole repair, parks, public safety, emergency response reserves. It would also contribute to the city's long-term financial resilience. I covered a considerable amount of information. That's the first part of the presentation. The second part of the presentation is an overview of our business engagement efforts with our business community. Ms. Angela Sway will provide that portion of the presentation. Before I pass it over to Ms. Sway, would the council like to entertain some questions at this time, or would the council like to defer them until after Ms. Sway's presentation?
Let's go through the entire presentation.
Okay. Ms. Sway, I turn it over to you.
Angela Sway, Deputy Economic Development Director. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss our outreach efforts. So as mentioned, city staff proactively engaged with Newark businesses to discuss the proposed updates to the business license tax structure. Our outreach efforts included hosting in-person public meetings, and to date, we've held 4 convenings on 4 different days of the week at different times of the day to be as accessible as possible to business owners and their representatives to be able to stop by and ask questions. We had a very robust conversation with the Old Town Business Association earlier this week on Monday, with participants voicing their support, especially since many would benefit from that $100,000 exemption. And then, as you heard earlier from Newark Chamber Board President Debbie Montez, we engaged with the Chamber Board asking for their feedback on the proposed structure. Staff will host one more convening tomorrow morning from 9 to 10:30 at the Newark Library Community Room, again, for the opportunity for businesses to stop by, ask questions, and to learn more about what's being proposed. Other ways in which we reached out to engage the business community included a feature article in the June edition of the Business Buzz newsletter that was sent out on June 12th. Staff canvassed shopping centers and other commercial areas throughout the city to distribute informational handouts in English, Spanish, Chinese, and Vietnamese, which are known to be the top 4 languages of our business community members. And then also a dedicated webpage was created that includes all of the information that was distributed. And all businesses have been encouraged to provide feedback on or direct their questions to a dedicated email address, businesslicensetax@newarkca.gov. And at this time, no messages pertaining to the proposed ordinance has been received. Thank you, and I'm available to answer questions.
Just a couple comments for you. One, I did attend the Old Town Business Association meeting, and this was supported by those folks because they did recognize there was significant reductions in their business tax license if their revenues were under $100,000. But we also got the support of the former council member, Susie Collazo. Susie Collazo, who's a big advocate of Shopping Newark and recognizes the value of the revenue that allows us to do many things across our community, was very supportive of the business tax license proposal. But I want to thank you for the outreach that you did. It's never comfortable going to any community to talk about possible increases in taxes, but you did that, and I appreciate those efforts. I was also pleased to hear the Chamber's overwhelming support. These are our business leaders around our community, so thank you for that. Any other questions on the outreach efforts? Okay, thank you.
And that concludes staff's presentation. The recommendation tonight is to receive feedback from the council on whether we should proceed in putting together the necessary paperwork for a ballot measure for voter consideration this fall. If that were the council's direction, then that item would come to the council next month.
Before I turn to my colleagues, I just want to make sure I simplify this issue. You know, I love democracy. You know, at the end of the day, democracy is what it's about, where you give the voters an opportunity to weigh in on whether or not they want to support a tax measure. You know, we saw both sides of this equation a number of years ago when the utility tax went to the voters and the voters said, no, we don't want to tax ourselves. But then again, we came back to the voters recently on both the development of the Civic Center project, and we asked them to increase the sales tax to themselves by 0.5%, and they voted in favor overwhelmingly. And then, of course, the TOT, which doesn't impact residents directly, was passed at 80%. So I'm a big believer in democracy. You know, we do the best we can to get the information out to our community in terms of not only the services that we provide, the quality of life that they've come accustomed to living and recreating in our community. Those come at a cost. It's amazing to me that we have not significantly raised this tax since 1970. The taxes that really affect our residents most directly, the utility tax, where homeowners are specifically paying for that, property taxes, but this is a business tax. So in most cases, it's one that's not going to directly impact most residents. They may see a modest increase, as we heard from Ms. Lopez tonight, in terms of increased cost of goods, because undoubtedly these costs will be passed on to the consumer. But I think it's a tax that just gives us, again, greater leverage to be able to provide the services that our community has come to grow and expect. So those are my initial thoughts. I'll look for additional comments. Councilmember Contancio.
Thank you for the presentation. I did have a question regarding, I believe it was slide 18, the large service business tax. I just wasn't sure with that change, whether or not it would possibly discourage businesses from being here. But then I was also looking at number 19, slide 19, and it seems that it would be similar to what Union City has. And so just reconciling both of those numbers, it would actually make Union City still slightly more than doing business here. I'm just trying to figure out what the magic number would be, I suppose, to keep businesses here, but also have businesses contributing to the general fund. But thank you so much for providing this. And I also believe in democracy, so the idea is to present this.
Listing?
Correct.
And what would it be under the option number 2? The $119,725 tax relative to a $40 million gross receipts.
That would be 0.002975.
0.002975. Okay, I think that helps to kind of put it in context.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
You're welcome. Other questions, comments? Councilmember Grindal?
I've already expressed my opinion that increasing taxes will hurt our business community, will reduce the amount of investment, will make it harder to attract businesses, and will reduce employment gains. So I do strongly support the simplification process, but I believe that we should use the revenue neutral approach. And I do want to compliment staff on this careful consideration of these issues to really make the rates and the structure as envisioned much more in line with what's sort of good for our community. So I do support the restructuring, but I'm not supportive of using that to increase revenue, because it will hurt our business environment.
Vice Mayor Jorgens.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate all the work from staff. I would like to see the recommendation of option 2 go forward. It's the option that, we've seen our chamber support, that, when we're thinking about making sure we're protecting and growing the business environment in Newark. I'm trusting that the chamber, as an advocate there, is going to be, a strong voice in making sure we're continuing to do that. So I'm glad to see that this is the option that, has been presented to them, that they're in support of. I'll also say that, it's good that these things go out to the voters, and at the end of the day, it's going to be Newark residents that decide, what they want to see. It's not going to be us voting on this increase, other than our capacity as, one of the 50,000 Newark residents, voting.
So, Mr. Benu, we need 4 council members to vote yes at some point to move this to the voters.
Correct, Mayor.
So tonight, if we wanted to send this to the voters to make an informed decision as to whether or not they want to see the business tax, which hasn't been raised in 56 years, raised, we wouldn't be able to send this to the voters tonight, because Councilmember Grindal has indicated his objection to raising the tax as proposed by staff. We would not be able to, because we're not going to go with a revenue neutral proposal, because it doesn't put us in a better favorable financial situation. In essence, I think you indicated the differential between now and a revenue neutral is $10,000 or $20,000. It would make no sense to go to the voters at the cost to put this on the ballot and ask them to raise that revenue by that such small amount. We heard from Mr. Godby, who did a research and analysis with our voters, and if I recall correctly, it came in between 63 and 65% in that neighborhood that supported the business tax license increase. The cost to provide services, and again, I'm going to express my disappointment, Councilmember Grindal, the cost to provide services to our residents have not remained stagnant since 1970. We're competing with other municipalities to attract talented employees to this organization. We're trying to attract quality police officers to come to this organization, and we're paying a premium to get police officers here, because we're not just hiring any person off the street to do police work, we're hiring the best to become police officers here in Newark. And that comes at a cost. We're seeing the cost for employees, the cost for pensions, the cost for parks, the cost for streets improvements, all these costs are going up. And you either define a revenue source to pay for these, or you stop providing services to your community. We already heard from Ms. Lee that in 29, 30, we're looking at a deficit, because we're already anticipating that we have to go back to the voters on the utility tax. It's amazing to me. Our residents pay today more on the utility tax than businesses pay for their business tax by 3 times. We get 3 times the revenue on our utility tax than we do from our business tax. And the utility tax are people that live and work in our community. The business tax are folks that may come in, live in our community, they may not. It just amazes me that when it comes to a proposal that we are asking the voters to weigh in on, and at the end of the day, I respect democracy. November 3rd, the voters may say, you know what, no. And I would respect that decision, and we would make adjustments accordingly to either figure out where we're going to get that additional revenue, or we'd start to cut back services in anticipation of not receiving what we thought would be anticipated revenue down the road. So those are my comments to Councilmember Grandal, and I'll move on. I do have a couple questions regarding the presentation. I want to thank Eric Myers for being here and for providing any input that he has. I want to thank Debbie Montez for being here. I want to thank Lupe Lopez for being here and taking a different viewpoint. But it's nice to hear overwhelmingly that the chamber has considered this and has supported it. My only question, Mr. Benoon, on the actual taxes itself. Oh, by the way, our original discussion on freezing the $25 minimum, I think my initial request was to raise that threshold to $50,000. Staff came back and said, you know what, we can do better than that. We can raise it to $100,000. Half of our businesses in Newark, I think your slide reflected 1,500 plus businesses in Newark have gross receipts of under $100,000. Those businesses are going to save money. I was concerned about the tax on manufacturing businesses. I honestly felt it was too low. I'd actually like to see the tax on manufacturing businesses be increased over and above what's being proposed by staff. Can you give me some thoughts on the tax for manufacturing businesses and whether or not, assuming this comes back to the council in the future and gets its support, would there be a separate model that you would consider on manufacturing businesses in terms of raising that tax so that we receive additional revenue? If that's an opportunity, then I would ask that we maybe then look at, conversely, at property rental. And it's not that I'm trying to save the property rental owners money, but I know that that's going to be passed through to tenants. And we're looking at the possibility of a housing inspection program here in Newark, and I think with that may come housing impact or housing occupancy fee, again, which we passed on to the renters. And most of the renters in our community, unfortunately, are lower income residents. So if there's an opportunity to weigh the property rental proposal lower and increase the manufacturing higher, I certainly wouldn't be opposed to that analysis being done if and when this comes back to council. Thoughts on that?
We'd be happy to do that analysis and make that a part of the July council meeting. Back in 2 weeks and have that discussion.
I don't want to overburden staff.
It would be
I think it would, for my sake, it would be good to have a conversation about those two items individually and then be able to come back on the 23rd and discuss okay, here's what we're looking at placing on the ballot, yes or no.
It would be a relatively straightforward staff report. It wouldn't be an exhaustive type of staff report, but it shouldn't be too hard to put together some numbers and have that for council review in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think we can do both.
That would be my preference then.
Okay. So can I get a motion in a second on this item? I'm putting forth staff's recommendation. We need to take I want to take a formal vote because I already know it's not going to pass, but I want it to be on the record that Councilmember Grandal voted against passing the staff's recommendation as presented.
I'll move forward staff's recommendation as presented with the understanding that staff will come back and present a couple of options the two options that we just discussed.
I would second that.
All right, please vote. And that fails on a 3-1 because, as mentioned, we need 4 council members to.
My motion, to clarify my motion, was to.
Oh, that's correct.
Bring that forward back on July 23rd.
Putting it on the
That
ordinance.
should just need to be a simple majority for that to come
That's
back
correct.
to us.
Correct. The
stand
supermajority of
corrected.
4 votes would need to be achieved at the July 23rd council meeting.
Okay. All right, excellent. The last item on the agenda tonight, folks, is I don't think I got public comment on that item.
I don't believe you did, Mayor.
We took it in the earlier.
I did.
Okay.
Thank you. I know that. Ladies and gentlemen, the last item is to adopt a resolution approving the amendments to the City Council of Newark salary schedule effective July 1, 2026. Mr. Corcatello is going to go ahead and make the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Hannon, members of the City Council. I'll be providing a brief presentation this evening. There is no PowerPoint accompanying this. This item is a proposal for the City Council to adopt a resolution to approve amendments to the salary schedule that will take effect July 1st of 2026. This largely just reflects approvals that the council has already provided as part of the labor negotiation process and as well as part of the approval of the compensation and benefit plans that took effect on July 1st of 2025. As the council is aware, the city has 3 bargaining units, NAME, NPA, and MPMA, as well as the confidential group and the management, supervisory, and professional group. Those are non-represented groups. July 1st, 2025, the City Council approved a MOUs with the bargaining units and compensation and benefit plans that run for 3 years, and we are entering year 2 of those agreements. The proposed revisions to the salary schedule reflect what the council's already approved, and I'm going to highlight at a very high level what those include. For this year, they are a 3.5% salary increase for all classifications as negotiated and previously adopted. They are a 1.5% salary increase for sworn employees in 2 of 6.8%, senior management analyst of 5.28%, senior IT analyst of 5.23%, principal civil engineer 5.06%, information technology analyst 4.8%, maintenance supervisor 4.21%, facility supervisor 4.21%, management analyst 4.1%, city clerk 3.63%, and assistant engineer civil 3.43%. And so with that, I'm certainly glad to answer any questions. The staff recommendation is to adopt the resolution amending the salary schedule.
Thank you, City Attorney. Are there any questions or comments from folks in the audience? I want to thank Mr. Benoon. I would imagine the work relative to looking at salary adjustments across the board probably fell upon our HR department, if I would be correct, and that's important. You know, we're competing with other municipalities for this talent in this organization, and as much as folks love working for the city of Newark, which we all do, we still have families to support, bills to pay, and it's easy to be attracted to another community where they're providing a larger salary, and then, of course, regret it later on and want to come back to the city of Newark. That happens occasionally. So I want to thank HR for all the hard work you folks do in this regard. And, you know, we need to remain competitive when we seek the best and the brightest. That's what we need to do. Questions or comments from the colleagues? If I can get a motion?
I'm not sure if there's any public
I asked for public
comment.
comment.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Vice Mayor Jorgen, second by Councilmember Contancio. Please vote. And that passes unanimously with Councilmember Little not being here this evening. Thank you for the presentation. And we are now at Mr. Benoon. Any city manager updates?
Lineup includes Latin Remix, Cisco Kid, Zebop, and Tortilla Soup. And Latin Remix is tomorrow. Number 2, the deadline for our urban forest survey has been extended. We are creating an urban forest management plan to help better manage and grow the city's trees over the next 20 years. And we want to hear from you. Share your thoughts on trees, tree protection ordinances, and tree maintenance priorities in your neighborhood by taking the community survey. It's open now through June 30th. And the link to the survey is listed on the screen, and it's available in multiple languages. The third announcement is we're encouraging our public to celebrate the 4th of July this year safely. As the 4th of July approaches, the City of Newark, we just want to remind everyone to celebrate safely and responsibly. Please use State Fire Marshal approved safe and sane fireworks. They're only permitted on June 30th through July 4th. Fireworks are not allowed outside of those dates. And all fireworks of any kind are prohibited in city parks at all times, and that includes July 4th, which our parks will close at 7 p.m. That evening. Also, we have a zero tolerance for illegal fireworks. Police will be out in full force throughout that period. $1,000 social host fines will be issued to people each time for any unlawful ignition, use, discharge, or display of dangerous fireworks occurring either at their property or their gathering. Fourth announcement is that our Alameda County Fire Department is hosting their annual 4th of July pancake breakfast. Start your Independence Day with a fun and family-friendly community tradition. In addition to a delicious pancake breakfast, attendees can enjoy a lively morning filled with activities including appearances by the Classic Cruisers Car Club, fire department demonstrations, Newark Community's emergency response team, and more. This festive event promises to be colorful, energetic, and enjoyable for all ages. All funds received from this pancake breakfast go to a local charity fund. The event is on Saturday, July 4th from 8 to 11 a.m. at Fire Station 27, which is the fire station located on Cherry Street. Our fifth announcement this evening. Yeah, I don't know if it's a battery issue. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide, please. Typically, these things are user errors. Our fifth announcement, July CERT training. This is hands-only CPR and abdominal thrust maneuver. Public is invited to learn essential life-saving skills to use before emergency responders arrive. Receive hands-on instruction in hands-only CPR and abdominal thrust maneuver for choking emergencies. Watch live demonstrations and practice CPR techniques on training mannequins. Build the knowledge and confidence to respond during cardiac arrest and choking emergencies. This is on Wednesday, July 8th from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Newark Senior Center. Thank you. The sixth announcement, we have a public review open for a proposed Cherry Street housing development. This is what we were calling Harvest at Newark. We are seeking input from our community on a proposed 274-unit rental housing development located on Ohlone College Newark Center campus. As part of the environmental review process required by CEQA, the city has issued a notice of preparation for an environmental impact report. The notice of preparation is available for public review through July 13th. Community members are encouraged to review the document and provide comments by 5 p.m. on July 13th. A virtual public meeting will be held on July 7th at 6:30 p.m. to gather input, and more information can be found on the city's website listed right there on the screen. And last but not least, starting at the next council meeting, we will be hosting hybrid council meetings. This format will allow the public to attend in person or participate remotely. The first hybrid meeting will take place on July 9th. This change is in compliance with Senate Bill 707, which requires a two-way audiovisual platform for remote public participation. And more information can be found on the city's website about how to participate virtually. And last but not least, on behalf of all city staff, we like to celebrate the 4th of July with our community and wish everybody a joyous 4th of July Independence Day celebration. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manoon. Your reports get longer and longer every month. Thank you for the report. Council comments. I'll start with Councilmember Grandal.
Just happy Independence Day to everyone. Thanks.
Councilmember Contancio.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Tomorrow I'm going to be representing Newark at F-Bank, which is the Filipino Bar Association of Northern California, which is an attorney organization. Also, I totally agree regarding having a happy Independence Day on July 4th, but also make sure to buy the fireworks because that is a huge, that's one of our huge fundraisers for our community and our nonprofits. Additionally, on July 8th, I'm going to be a guest speaker for youth, representing Newark on a panel put together by our Assembly member, Alex Lee. I'll also be walking with him during a parade on Independence Day as well. And remember to shop Newark.
Vice Mayor Jorgens.
Yeah, so we spent some time this evening talking about the importance of businesses in our community. So thought it would be good to talk about one of the first businesses in Newark and talking, of course, about salt harvesting. So the salt harvesting predates Newark as a town by centuries. The Ohlone people would have harvested salt out of the bay. But during the gold rush, entrepreneur Californians worked to create many additional evaporation ponds. And by the 1850s, you start to see salt being exported out of Newark. In the 1860s, the salt operations have been taken over by a man by the name of John Plummer. So Plummer's operations really improved things. He built wooden plank floors on the bottom of his ponds, which increased the purity of the salt so it could be table ready. Now, not table ready by modern standards, but for the 1860s, it was pretty good. But at the time, a bag of salt, left on the household shelf would be like concrete after a few weeks because they couldn't quite get all the water out of it at the operation. But he did have grinding machines that were powered by giant windmills, and so it was something that was starting to put Newark on the map. And it gave him access to both local and statewide markets. So before the name Newark is even there, you start to see the businesses coming along. And I'm proud that Newark businesses have continued that legacy to continue to innovate, to continue to bring jobs, continue to bring money and a good reputation for our city.
Excellent. It's late. I'm going to close by wishing my wife, Kathleen, a happy 48th wedding anniversary today. I asked her today as we were going out to dinner, the time just goes by so fast. 48 years we've been married. And she actually told me, I think all 48 have been pleasant years. At least that's my recollection of that conversation. But I wish Kathleen a happy anniversary, and it's been a real partnership over these last 48 years, and I look forward to many, many more years with her. So with that comment being said, we are closed for tonight.